Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to server days. I can't get away from them. I can't get away from the plague that is server days. Let's glance at something here. So we are going to do a dungeon. We don't have to do a dungeon, actually, just occurred to me. So we can do it with people. But if anyone wants to join me for a dungeon, this would be a great time for it. Although, yeah, there it is. It's right there. Okay. So let's... We're actually technically past the dungeon. There's Bragman. Invite. It is Blade Taval. Tuesday is maintenance day for an enormous quantity of things, not just video games. As I described yesterday, it is the ideal maintenance day for a lot of reasons. At least here in the States, with the way we do our work weeks. So it just makes sense to do maintenance day on Tuesdays. Having said that, back in the day, I remember STO's server going down all the time for patches whenever they felt like it, too. So maybe this is a coincidence. Nice, Bragman. I look forward to seeing you in action. Not like that. But also. Does anyone else want to join us? I wonder how many of these people exist. Like, I haven't seen Darth Terran in forever. I hope he's alright. Hariant, I haven't seen in forever. K-pop's in every now and again. Mr. Fix-It, yeah, he's gone. Breacher, completely gone. Spirit, gone. Hey, that's right, Rax played this briefly. I forgot about that. Torrin, Silver, him, he's gone. I cannot. I've actually checked, Bragman. So let's invite the Flag End. Yeah, it's always that weird thing, right? I've talked about this concept before. Every now and again you see someone, or reminded of someone, who you haven't seen in months or years, who you used to know online, and it's like, are they okay? Like, the default answers are like, of course they are, but like, a lot of these people vanished around COVID. The initial epidemic. It is a wonderful feeling good. That's not actually a joke or a meme. That's great. Don't worry, the next game's Andromeda. So that's gonna suck. Going once, gone twice. Alright, Bragwin, I'll give you the choice. Do you want to play goalie, or do you want to be a roamer? Usually I'm a goalie on this mission, but I can also play a roamer. Usually Pax would be the roamer. Roamer does it. So, okay, there's going to be 3 spots where enemies spawn and try to capture the capture points, right? The roamer roams around to kill wherever they're needed. That's why they're called that. They just deal with anything that needs to be dealt with. Some of the stuff in the middle, some of the stuff on the outsides. A goalie just stands on a spot and just sits there. This is also relevant because some people, like I actually have a fairly mobile build, but it's not super mobile. Some people have the no really ridiculous build, which boosts your engines. I forget the exact combo, forgive me, but basically it gives you evasive maneuvers constantly. So, like, you can evasive maneuvers, and then you can push something else, which gives you evasive maneuvers. And then you can reset the cooldown on evasive maneuvers, and then you can reset the cooldown on the other thing that gives you evasive maneuvers. And by that time, your original cooldown is already back. It really is the zippy build. I did that for a bit. I didn't actually enjoy it that much, because this game doesn't control quite well enough for me to enjoy that, put simply. Yeah, exactly, Flag. An emergency power to engines. And, yeah, there's a whole setup for it. That's good for a roamer. Anyways, let's go ahead and do for Jupiter. Jupiter Assault, or whatever. Jupiter Invasion? Jupiter Iratus, there we go. Q. And because it often queues faster, Q for that one. Yep, that's... Of course the advanced one queues immediately. Ah, crap! We're under attack! We're under attack! Oh, nice ship. What setup you got there? Actually, looks better than my ship. I'm trying to get it. There we go. I have not played Jet Set Radio. I'm aware of it. Beams. Beams. Sometimes called a broadsider. No points for guessing why. Alright, who are we waiting on? Bragwin, did you hit yes? Okay, never mind. Never mind. Okay. So if Bragwin's gonna roam... Whoa! Noise attack. First thing that's gonna happen. What else we got here?
The Terrans will be here soon to steal scientific data from Jupiter Station. It's our job to stop them. Engage their ships when you can, especially those that are actively trying to breach the station's computers.
Guys, that ship's name is the USS Hildebrand.
We've been working on a new photonic defense array, but it isn't up and running yet. Once activated, it will be vulnerable to Terran interference. We can't let them take control of that system. Finally, if they open up any permanent rifts between our two universes, be sure to close them. The last thing we need is a permanent Terran beachhead at the heart of the Federation.
I farmed the hell out of this because one of the events was this one. So I know this one inside and out. The initial phase is going to be a joke. Everything she just said is exactly it. There's the 3 spots, Alpha, Beta, Delta.
Here they come. All ships, battle stations.
So this is the initial. Absolutely get rid of the boss immediately.
That's day. All ships, engage the Terran fleet.
He's gonna warp out. I am honestly, there we go. Let's just say. Now we just clean up for a second.
Enterprise, fire. Take some ships and take her down. The rest of it, stay alert. This isn't over yet.
Tactical Fleet Operation, I believe is what it stands for. It's a dungeon here. TFO stands for dungeon. It's STO's term for dungeons. Oh, it's Task Force Operation. My bad. Yeah, I'll be honest, I haven't called them TFOs in a long time because I just call them dungeons. They're just dungeons. Back in the day, there was actually a distinction between the Borg stuff and everything else. That distinction hasn't existed in almost 10 years, I'd say.
More ships through the rifts. Close them if you can. Activate the holo projector. Let's hope they get the job
I'll cover
done.
Alpha.
Fence the holo projectors as best we can. Even if they're on the ship to Jupiter Station. Those rifts aren't going to close themselves.
I mean, the term dungeon goes back before video games. Okay, apparently no one's at Gamma. Is literally no one at Gamma? Okay, he's moving to Gamma. I'll stay here. But yeah, most games call things dungeons. WoW actually doesn't call them dungeons, interestingly enough.
On the station. They're breaching our system.
WoW, they're called instances. So called because it was actually unusual by WoW's time to have a dungeon be a completely separate instance, to be a separate server. You know, there's a load screen, in other words, when you enter a dungeon.
Those rifts aren't going to
Most of the
close
older
themselves.
MMOs, a dungeon was just a place where you'd walk into, right? If you ever wondered why those things even exist in WoW, it's because that's actually a holdover from games like EverQuest or Ultima, where you just walk into a place. Is no one at Gamma? Like, Alpha's fine. I got this over here.
Hostiles on the station. They're breaching our systems.
I'm not sure about that, honestly, Yura. Like, Asheron's Call, for example, did actually use instances. You would enter a portal. Like you'd go to the spot where the dungeon is, and there's just a portal. It actually looked weird, because, like, in lore, the dungeon was right there, but there's nothing physically there. There's just a portal. You know?
Terrans now control Projector Beta.
What are you guys doing? Okay, I'm gonna leave Alpha. Yep, no, I knew that would actually make things happen. And that's true, Xavier. There are still uninstanced dungeons every now and again. What makes MMO gameplay fun? Oh, that's a fascinating question. I suppose the easy answer is the minute-to-minute combat. The control of playing it is very smooth and intuitive and fun. I enjoy the combat. I enjoy the enemies. I enjoy the bosses. I enjoy the quest design in WoW specifically. That's not most MMOs actually don't have good quest design on the gameplay axis. Like just last night, I was playing WoW, and I had a quest where the primary objective was to get mounted up on a mole and stab slimes to death. And it was about as fun as it sounds. And yeah, it's very visceral, it's extremely responsive, and there's tremendous variety to your build and how you play. So you've got build, you've got kit, you've got viscerality, you've got controls, you've got combat. And you've got enemy design, you've got enemy variety. It kind of nails everything. Now, that's cheap because I'm using WoW as the example. So let me use something like, say, Lotro. That's an example. What do I enjoy about gameplay in Lotro?
Those rifts under control.
Oh, sorry, I was supposed to say something that I enjoyed about. Whoa! Okay. Like I said, I'm actually a bit of a glass cannon with this setup. I should have brought the Juggernaut for this, but I didn't want to tempt fate. God, we are losing everywhere. Yeah, you can heal other ships. There is technically a heal build in this game, but more commonly you'll see the mage build, which is actually pretty new, relatively speaking. New enough that it actually came out after I effectively quit the game, to give you a perspective.
Need to get those rifts under control.
But no, let's see. Like Lotro's combat has. Oh God, I'm sorry. I actually can't think of anything. I'm sorry. I was trying to really think of something. I got nothing. Nothing. Lotro's combat has nothing. Moving on. Lotro's gameplay. Excuse me. I gotta say it right. So let's try FF14. So in FF14 specifically, one of the big things I tend to enjoy about the combat is the class design, which is varied and fun and interesting. There's good viscerality, there's good oomph to it, there's combos, it rewards you for playing well, you know, stuff like that. Like, it feels good to actually play well in FF14 with the class design. I know I shouldn't have kept my big gob open. Are we actually going to fail? We might actually fail this mission. Wow, I have never failed this mission before, so this should be fun. Yeah, FF14 is much more pattern-based. Oh my God! I'm getting murdered here.
The enemy has breached 3/5 of the data.
I don't know, Bregman. No, you have to split up. You literally have to. They're coming too fast to do anything otherwise. But that does sort of rely on the roamer picking up the slack. And I'm not casting shade of Bregman. I'm just saying, like, no individual can hold the line by themselves, as I am showcasing. And I'm in a good ship, I remind you. Like, I'm not Turbo Max, but you've seen what I can do in this thing. Okay, so, yeah, where is the rest of the party? Oh, I see what's happening. Yep. They're spawn camping us. They're spawn camping us. The respawn is right by all these command ships, and the command ships are killing us with quantum spreads before we can move.
80% of the data.
Wow! Wow! Okay, let's get out of here, first of all, before we die. There's a second before the ships actually acknowledge that you exist. Let's just get out. Let's just get out.
You need to get those rifts under control.
Okay. STO enemies tend to not be bullet sponges now. The only reason you see anything living against me is because I'm not really designed for doing damage when I'm not bashing things. And they won. Yeah, we actually lost.
Now they're hours from closing. The rifts are closing.
I have never lost that before. I am in shock. So now we fight the boss. I honestly didn't think we'd even fight the boss, considering we failed at that. My god. Yeah, and then the Federation fell to the Terran Empire. Well, that's an embarrassment. I haven't either, Chuck Garage. This is wild.
Me with this? My ships make me invincible. Give up already.
So this is a very basic boss. There's the ads make her invincible, so you kill the ads and you kill her. If you really have the DPS output, you can kill her in just a couple of phases, but she's hard-coded to get a couple of phases in. I have never seen her do any less than two resets, so 3 phases total.
Negating your attack on the Enterprise. Take them out first.
So what's engaging about the gameplay of this game? There's space combat and ground combat. Ground combat exists. Space combat has actually a lot going for it. So you've got your shields, which have facings. You've got your hull, which is a separate type of health and takes different types of damage from different types of things. Same with the shields. Your own weapons have their own arcs and angles to them. Most of my stuff is frontal facing, for example. So that's why you keep seeing me facing the enemies. Whereas, for example, the beam boat that Flygand is flying, he might actually try to broadside more often. Let's see. You've got tons of different types of energy weapons. I'm using phasers, for example. That Dominion ship is using Polaron stuff. You've got different types of weapons. All of which have different things. Like each of them, it's like different weapons in a typical movie. Your sword hits fast but does sideways slices, and then your mace kind of does bludgeoning damage, but it also does this like secondary effect. Blah 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 blah. You get the idea. In this case, it tends to matter based on what other stuff you have equipped.
Don't even try.
The other stuff you have equipped is what determines what is best for you. There's a tremendous amount of build possibility in STO. It's actually one of the highest build games I've ever seen. Because you've got your ship, you've got your slots, you've got your weapons, you've got your traits.
Are you kidding me with
You've
this?
got your bridge officers, that's your abilities over here.
Give up already.
You've got your DOFs, which can change it in some cases, kind of depending. I feel like I'm missing a few things here. I mentioned traits, right? Yeah, consoles. Consoles are a big thing. Well, I think this game has good space combat, obviously, because it's my favorite part about it. But that brings us up to a grand total of 1 so far.
Take them out first.
I suppose, obviously, like dogfighter games tend to have easy stuff. So I'm kind of slow-moding here. I already have a bunch of wounds on my ship. I would say Everspace 2 has pretty good... That's another dogfighter game. So, what else? assume direct control over the Imperial
Projector
territories.
Gamma. The shield vessels are negating your attacks on the Enterprise. Take them out first.
Swarmers out here, because screw you and your face. Oh my god, stop with the frickin' tractor beam.
Shield vessels are negating your attacks on the Enterprise. Take them out first.
I don't think it's a current review, but yes, you're... That's why I kind of added that asterisk. I was debating that one broadside-y game, but honestly, that game was really, really, really grindy. Kind of finished it. If you remember, we cheated through that game. Just to give us money, just to get on with it.
Back in a bit. Don't know it. Okay.
The Enterprise is going for Projector Alpha.
Are you kidding me with this? My ships make me invincible. Give up already.
Little audio spamming on this mission, because they will not shut up about the same points that have been said 50,000 times. And honestly, designing the respawn spot right where all the enemy ships are told to converge, that's not great design.
Are you kidding me with this? My ships make me invincible. Give up already.
Yeah, by the way, you're probably wondering, why do you keep hitting her if she's invincible? There's this thing called an AoE, which you may have never heard of. It stands for Area of Effect.
Take them out first.
It's called an AoE. God, people. I have played EVE Online Space Combat. It doesn't even come close to this. EVE Online is arguably a better game in several ways. Space Combat is not one of them.
Well done. We sent the Terrans home with a message. You intend to test them. Be prepared for the consequences. Hopefully their Emperor will listen to that message, but I wouldn't hold my breath.
So, yeah, we did terribly there. Jesus. Oh, man. Really, Yura? Well, I'm sure some people enjoy it. I mean, it was two prefabs. It was me, Brigwin, Flygand, and then Bugs after that. It's fine, Chill Pangolin. That planet didn't know what hit it. PvP, Spartan. Yeah, I see all that red there, Flygand. Yeah, I've noticed load screens are worse than they used to be. I'm not saying that has anything to do with them firing over half the staff, but, you know... There are no spam... I don't know, if there's no scams in Ubisoft, Yura? Well, you just saw a dungeon, Spartan. That was a dungeon. There's ground dungeons, too. We'll do another one later. I think they are, too, Warp Core. I legitimately think that there's something going on somewhere, and they either don't know how to fix it or don't have the people to do it. I know. We've got the red buffs, or red debuffs. Don't worry about it. I'm jotting down some thoughts really quick before we do that. So, for those of you not aware, for those of you who didn't watch the last run, there's a couple of ways to fix your ship. The first is just to go ahead and do this and use some of the stuff you have on you. Or you can go to a space station and do it for free. Or at least it would if ESD would ever load. ESD has always had a little bit more load times than everywhere else, but it has noticeably been getting worse. Sure. That's real simple, Euro. You're going to give me money or I'm going to blow up your ship. Alright, you beam the money over? Okay, then I blow up your ship. Any questions? God, I remember that warp car. I also actually don't remember where the ship repair spot is. It's been a minute. I was going to show off where you do it. Because there is a free repair spot. I legitimately don't remember where it is. Behind ship management? Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, repair ship, please. Me, the Dreadnought. Repair all. And it's free. So there you go, boom. So there you go if you don't want to spend an item on that. Oh yeah, this has, I don't know if this happened lately, but several years ago there was a gentleman who spent actual years slowly working their way up the ranks of a corporation until they became in charge of the corporation, and then killed the entire thing, nuked the entire corporation, and then quit the game. No, I don't really understand it either. Yeah, they had one job. Prevent other people from having fun. They succeeded. Okay, so let's get on with it. So time for blue shift, I believe.
Admiral Janeway and a team of specialists have finalized a plan to liberate one of our own from the Terran Empire. The consultants from the Mirror Universe have been helpful in this effort, and will be working alongside the Admiral in the upcoming rescue operation. Together, we're hoping to put an end to the plans of the Terran Emperor before he has the chance to see them come to fruition. I'd like you to join the team and work with them to bring Lieutenant Ilea back home. Report to Admiral Janeway at Jupiter Station. Good luck.
And yeah, I'll be doing this solo-ish, because it has some issues. Or I'll be dragging Bragan with me. Whatever, don't do anything, Bregman. Or you'll advance the plot on me. STO's really bad about that, actually. Yes, I've already given that a negative before you ask.
You made it. Good. Ready to get started?
I guess.
That's what I like to hear. Once we've made the transition to the mirror universe, we'll use some misdirection tactics. Turnabout's fair play, so we'll be engaging the Terrans at their version of Jupiter Station. During the chaos, your strike team will disembark on a Terran runabout and head for their primary space dock. Once you're on board, you'll conduct rescue operations.
Okay.
While you're extracting Ilea, I'll lead our starship force and keep the Terrans busy. Once you've sent the signal, we'll warp to Terra and collect you at the extraction point. From there, we'll make the transition back to this universe. That's assuming everything goes smoothly, of course. Be ready to improvise if the Terrans decide to complicate matters. And speaking of Terrans, you'll need to beam our consultants from the Mirror universe to your ship before we cross over. They'll be joining your team on the operation. They're standing by for transport once you're in range.
Okay, but like, don't I outrank you? Why am I going on the ground mission? Oh, it's because I'm the senior officer. Never mind, question's gone.
This is the Juno. We've completed major repairs and are moving into formation.
Hello, D.L. Grayson.
Lita to bridge. The Marshal and I are on board and ready to begin.
The Innsbruck reports the portal device is charged and ready.
By the way, that's the Voyager compared to my ship. I know it's not really a great comparison because the Voyager, the Intrepid is not exactly a large ship, but I want you to look at that size comparison for just a second. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The Odyssey is, well, the Lexington is ridiculously
Returning to
huge.
fleet. We are in position
Look at this
and
thing.
ready to begin.
Look at this thing. My torpedo launcher is almost the size of their entire ship. I hate how big this thing is.
That's everyone. Once you're ready, the Innsbruck will open the portal and we'll travel to the Mirror universe.
Look, we don't talk about the pizza cutter fly unit.
Innsbruck to fleet. The portal is open for business.
For those of you not aware, the pizza cutter is the Enterprise J, the Universe class, which was actually from Enterprise Season 3. It looks like a giant pizza cutter. It's awful. I hate it. It's also the size of a space station.
All right, we've got their attention. Let's see about keeping it. All ships, this is Admiral Janeway. Here we go. The Terran don't pull any punches. I know they won't.
Shield at maximum and weapons free. Mission to protect the Innsbruck. She's our ticket home.
Keep an eye on all three systems. Once reinforcements are on, we'll begin phase 2 of the operation.
We need to hit them hard. Make them desperate enough to call for backup.
For a Terran, requesting aid. Family works. We did it. They're calling for reinforcements. The misdirection worked. We rattled the Terrans enough to call for backup. That gives us time to begin the next phase of the operation. You're up. Disembark on the Terran runabout and head to Terra at top speed. We'll remain here and keep them busy. Hopefully we'll buy you enough time to complete your objectives.
Listen, Kraken-san. This is Star Trek, okay? They don't have a military because they're the good guys. And so, only the bad guys have a military.
Same to you. A word of advice. Keep an eye on your Terran teammates. Neither of them got to where they were in the Empire without the use of treachery.
I mean, yeah, duh.
We'll be waiting for your signal. Once we have it, we'll come to pick you up. Be ready to make a hasty exit. I don't think any of us want to remain at the heart of the Terran Empire any longer than we have to.
I mean, the reality is they wanted a Star Trek without a military, which is stupid for many reasons, but let's just ignore that for a second. But they also wanted space battles. And so...
Next stop, TSD.
Oh, hey, you'll get to see the old ESD. Maybe. Most of the TNG Season 1 team, but Gene was the big proponent behind that, yeah. No, not the old ESD. We don't talk about that. You can still see the interior of that if you do that one Undian mission. That's a good point. Let's destroy Earth. Who's with me? In the game too, obviously. No, it's not a military. No. That's not a military. It's okay. I don't want to get into it because I've talked about it at length for years, but it is ultimately a very childish perspective.
Terran space dock, this is the runabout Nile. Request permission to dock.
Runabout Nile, you are clear to land. Glory to the Empire.
You can tell it's red Terran
All right.
because it's red.
Easy part is over. Ready weapons and prepare to disembark.
I mean, it's that or it's Klingon. Take your pick.
We need to keep them off balance. As long as they're scrambling, we'll have a decent chance of pulling this off. If we give them time to think, to organize.
Yeah, it gets harder at that point.
So, let's get moving. We need to take operations and find out where they're keeping your Delta.
The exocomps will make short work of the database security and ops.
They'd better, or this operation will end in failure.
Oh no, Roddenberry was a garbage human being. I have no problem saying that. I never really understood how horrible he was until I really started doing my own deep dive on TOS specifically. And a lot of pieces just kind of came into place. It was just like, oh.
Look, the controls for the blast doors are over there.
Ignore the explosions over there. That's one of the abilities I have. He was a rapist as Miristar. I could keep going, but really I don't need to. Wait, Jesse did a video on Gene?
Hey,
Oof.
one of you exocomps needs to hack this door control.
Peekaboo. I would say that makes him worse than Rick Berman, at least as a person. But yeah, even if we ignore that, the big thing in the room, no, he had a lot of issues. Let me tell you sometime about Ferengi's dick sizes. Or rather, that's what he wants to do, because he wouldn't shut up about it during TNG Season 1. This is not a joke, by the way.
Open the blast doors to ops before more security arrives.
Now, trust me. Do yourself a favor, don't look into it. But hang on! There's a ray of bright light at the end of the tunnel. Check me out for a second, okay? How many times have we found out that someone who makes something we like is actually a garbage human being, right? And that sucks, right? Good news! Gene Roddenberry didn't make Star Trek, so we can still enjoy Star Trek regardless of him. This one time, we're cool.
They changed the codes. Exocomp, get to work.
I'll crack that code like an egg, Marshal. Most components didn't stand a chance against me.
Security! They've made it to ops!
Legal requirements, is Miristar. I'm dead serious. It's a common legal requirement. It's actually a union thing. Kinda, yeah, as Miristar. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not pleasant, Brownjacker. I almost wish I didn't go down that rabbit hole myself. But like I said, what was most fascinating when I was doing my deep dive on TOS and TNG was just how little Roddenberry had to do with the creation of Star Trek. Oh, whoops, I should be paying attention. Man, let me save myself in the past here. There we go.
Okay, Exocomps, time to earn your pay. Crack their security and find out where they're keeping Starfleet's Fearless Wonder. You know,
What? Man, I can't hear you under the earthquake I generated there. Okay, we're good. So, Ben 1, I actually asked an interesting and valid question. Why do people... We're talking about Star Trek, I love Star Trek. What are you talking about? Why would I be playing Star Trek Online if I hate Star Trek? Do you see my character? Do you see my Iconian death staff? So, there's actually two big reasons why Gene Roddenberry is credited as the creator of Star Trek. First is legal requirements. He was the producer who was the one who put his ink on the paper way back when they were signing things up with TOS. He wasn't the guy who actually came up with the idea. He wasn't the guy who modeled the ideas. He wasn't the guy who actually scripted out things. He wasn't the guy who produced it. He wasn't the guy who greenlit it. He wasn't the guy who ensured that it would get its second season. And I could keep going down the list. There were literally dozens of other people who actually made Star Trek, but he was the one who signed the paper, right? So, created by Gene Roddenberry is something they legally have to put at the tag of everything until perpetuity, until they change the rules. Second reason is actually much more important, though, because that's just a legal requirement. Nobody gives a crap about that. The reason normal people think, people like you and I actually think that Gene Roddenberry made Star Trek is because after TOS, Roddenberry, who was a scam artist, it's worth noting, did the convention circuit and constantly took credit for everyone else's ideas. And we have receipts and documents about this kind of thing. We can actually prove, because some of this stuff was retained from the creation of TOS, that a lot of the stuff that he claims credit for, he didn't actually do. And so while he was contributory to Star Trek, and I'm not saying he wasn't, he was one of over a dozen people who was contributory to Star Trek. But when he was going around the convention scene, he was plugging himself as the creator, the guy, the mainliner, as I like to call it. And so he was going around saying he did it all, and he plugged that for, God, like 15 years, I want to say, something like that. And then finally, Star Trek started swinging back around. We got the motion picture. We got Wrath of Khan, we got Search for Spock, we got Voyage Home, which gave the really big shot in the arm, which gave us TNG, and Gene was given free reign to do whatever he wanted with TNG, which led to TNG Season 1, which is garbage. And that then led to everything that happened after that, which, you get the idea. But it's that huge junk... stutter. It's that huge point in the middle there when he was doing the convention scene. That's why most people think that Roddenberry is the creator of Star Trek, even though he isn't.
Okay, Exocomps, time to earn your pay. Crack their security and find out where they're keeping Starfleet's Hairless Wonder. It'll be up to us to keep the security teams off of them while they work.
Forgive me for talking about this, but if there's one thing I can add to Star Trek fandom, if there's one thing I can positively contribute to the Star Trek fans, just across the world, it's Gene Roddenberry did not create Star Trek. Ugh. Okay, we're good.
Just make sure the Terrans don't make us look blue and disappear, okay?
Yeah, no Kobayashi Maru, please.
Hey, a little less sass and a lot more hacking bit for brains. This place is gonna be crawling with Terrans.
I mean, what's her other defining characteristic, Warp Core? Hey, Justin. Probably Brownjacker, honestly. It doesn't help that those people tend to get away with things because, they've made cool, interesting stuff. Like, as absolutely disgusting as it sounds, it makes sense that a creative type would be the kind of person who who other people would let take advantage of them. I'm going to say it that way. No, that's too victim blaming. That would be in a position to be victimized by? You get what I'm saying, right? Yeah. Oh my god, I can't believe it's insert person here. What? You want to hang out after work? Of course I'll go hang out with you, right? Like, you get it, right? There's a logic to that. There are plenty of people I would gladly just... I would love to just shake their hands, you know? I would love to shake the hands of Jonathan Frakes or... oh god, I can't think of her name all of a sudden. Jerry Ryan, right? Because they're awesome. And if Jerry Ryan was a horrible person, she could then take advantage. Now by all accounts, she isn't. But you get my point. And that's true. Statistically speaking, most creative types aren't horrible people. Because, you know, there's, you know, several thousand people who you never hear about every day involved in, you know, things like Star Trek or Sandman or whatever, right?
They disabled one of the exobots. Fix it now!
By the way, did you notice this is another Hold the Line mission? I really like Hold the Line missions in PSTO. It's very strange. I was checking my notes. I was checking my notes for the previous stuff to kind of audit it up and get it up to code. And one of the really weird things is just how many negatives we already gave for Hold the Line missions prior to this. Like, I'd forgotten, or let myself forget, just how many of them there are in this game. And yeah, it's StarCraft 2.
Ilea is on deck 74 in a security station. Not good. We all know what happens in one of those, and it usually begins with an agonizer booth.
Why would you... Okay.
Damn right we do. If they lock the station down before we get there, it's all over. For her and for us. We need to get out of here. There's a turbo lift in the main concourse we can take to reach deck 74 quickly.
Let's do it.
Exocomps, get back to the runabout and get her ready for a quick getaway.
We'll keep the engine running, Admiral. Did you hear that? She wants me to pilot the runabout. Over my dead chassis? You can barely fly yourself, let alone a runabout.
Yes.
Ah, yes. Voyager. The Terran, Delta.
Indeed. Mark my words.
We don't actually know yet, Crockett Son. They haven't shown it yet. This is one of those weird story arcs where they play it kind of close to the chest for a weirdly long period of time. So, I didn't get to show this off properly yesterday. And apparently I'm not today either, because I just killed everything. Gosh darn it!
They'll be tracking us by now. Stay sharp.
It's fine, it's fine.
Give them time to focus.
Yeah, that turbo lift, I'm impressed, honestly. I should probably actually res my party members. Who are all just dead and... Oh, sorry, I think I smushed my own party members. Hang on, let me, pop out of this thing. Okay, we're good. Get up. Do I not have... Oh, I actually don't have my healer with me. Why don't I have my healer with me? That's weird. Note to self, fix my, my landing party after this. I wonder we keep dying. Yeah, you're seeing the Borg Queen Janeway. No, that's not a joke. That's actually the way it works. Oh, that's true. Bregwin might be taking up the slot.
Security's beaming in.
Grab them now. They're trapped.
Yes, Kraken-san. They didn't get very far.
So much for being trapped.
Okay, now seriously. Did the Emperor lower the standard for security while we were away?
I mean, it is actually, Xavion, you're right. A good hold the line mission is excellent. It's why so many developers want to make it. But it's also hard to make, which is why so many developers fail at it. It's one of the reasons I heaped so much praise on StarCraft 2 for nailing it so well, so many times.
Son, my face outranks Captain Tilly, and it says you're relieved.
Okay, I have to say that one out loud because that's a great line. So the guy just says, Captain Tilly says you're not allowed. And Amir Janeway said, son, my phaser outranks Captain Tilly. And it says you're relieved. Smartest character in the Mirror Universe. I mean, obviously it's Admiral Lita. Because she's the main character of the Mirror Universe, and therefore is allowed to have a brain. No, our Inquisitor form is actually very stupid if you pay attention. And excessively loyal to the Emperor.
Quickly, Ilea is on the other side of these doors.
What is that stupid gun I'm wielding?
Well, look what the cat dragged in. Sorry, Grandma. The Emperor's prize is staying right where she is.
Come on out. Let's settle this like Terrans.
Yeah, come on out so I can end you and take back my ship.
Yeah, hard pass. I have better things to do than tussle with a pair of old has-beens. Still, if you really want to fight, the Inquisitor is here to give you one.
Oh no, it's a mirror match. And a person with a dagger. Oh no. Let me open up a portal to the sun really quick.
For one of us in the universe, and it isn't you.
Also everything else I can do, which is not a small list of things, I feel like reminding you. Including my giant mech. Are they dead again before I do anything? Damn it, stop dying before I can kill you. Okay, now she's alive, she's alive. Yay!
Not to worry, Inquisitor. My force field will make you quite invulnerable.
Kumarke is shielding the Inquisitor. Get to that console to shut it down.
Oh, I don't have no idea, Ben, what looks like 6? Hang on, let me manipulate the controls in my giant mech. Gong! Gong! I hit the wrong button. Damn it.
Shield disabled. Take out the Inquisitor.
Now, let me try the other button. Kong! Kong! Kong!
You're gonna hate us.
Beam in a squad. I don't want to leave anything to chance here.
Oh my god. So it uses our face for the Inquisitor's dialogue bubble, which makes sense. So it just showed the mech for the Inquisitor. Because, you know, I'm in the mech.
Heads up. Tilly's activating her machine. Tilly's machine is recharging.
Kumarke is shielding the Inquisitor. Get to that console to shut it
I
down.
was just at the console.
Shield disabled. Take out out the Inquisitor!
Heads up. Tilly's activating her machine again.
Hang on.
Tilly's machine is recharging.
So let me, I probably should actually open the portal to the sun here. There we go.
Heads up. Tilly's activating her machine again.
Yep, no. Hang on, let me save myself from the future again. Sorry.
Kumarke is shielding the Inquisitor. Get to that console to shut it down. Kumarke is shielding the Inquisitor. Get to that console to shut it down.
Working on it.
Shield disabled. Take out the Inquisitor.
Heads up. Tilly's activating her machine again. Tilly's machine is recharging.
We have a problem. Took them long enough.
This alternate me have so much freaking health.
Inquisitor, we're leaving.
This isn't over. Sooner or later, I will.
Mwah!
Perhaps you will, Marshal, but not today. Be seeing you.
Heads up. Tilly's activating her machine again. Tilly's machine is recharging.
Hang on, let me res my crew here. Not really, Blade to Vault. Like, there's stuff you can do that doesn't matter, if that makes any sense. Like, there's flanking damage, there's range considerations, there's going into crouch mode, there's going into aim mode, which is up here. But
We need to get out of here. I can set up a site-to-site transport, but we'll need to deal with the transporter disruptors in the room first.
okay.
Leda, get those transporter disruptors offline.
I'm on it. The sooner we're out of here, the better.
While she's working, enable Ilea's pod for transport.
I didn't have a chance to read it, no, Van Volkers. I saw that you mentioned it, but I didn't read it. Tribbles actually buff you.
Transporter disruptors
I don't remember if they heal you.
We're all set.
Everyone should have a Tribble to buff them, because it's
All right,
basically a
good
free
to go
buff.
here. Ready to beam out when you are, Marshal.
Good. Prepare for transport. Time to settle a little personal business.
We made it. Wait, hold on. Where the hell is Marshal Janeway?
That's about right, Blade Ball.
It's like the Marshal went into business for herself. Huh, typical.
So let me explain what I'm doing here to talk about the combat. So yeah, my auto attack just requires me to be targeting something. That's I believe that's an expose, yeah, which I use pretty much whenever I can, which is not often. It's a cooldown. This is a cooldown. It's an earthquake. This is a cooldown. That's the firestorm you've seen me use a couple of times. This turns him into a cat. I shouldn't even actually be using that. That's just silly. This is what opens the portal of the sun. In gameplay terms, that's a turret. This is a heal, I think? Nope, sorry, that's a debuff. That's a heal. That's some pets. That's a stun, that's a stun, that's a heal. This is just fireworks. This is a pet. This is a heal. This is the Voth exosuit, which honestly I should unequip. It's fun, but it's not actually good. And I think that's it. I think that's the full list. I also probably shouldn't have my floater equipped right now either, but whatever. Okay, so is Ilea aboard the runabout?
On board and stable, but we aren't going anywhere anytime soon with those hangar bay doors locked.
Alright, exocomps, get out here. We've got work to do.
It won't take long before Terran security traces our transporter signal here, so we're gonna have to move quickly. The exocomps will need to hack the terminals on the far side of the bay. While they work, we'll provide covering fire.
Okay.
Once the hangar bay doors are open, we need to get back to the runabout and take off before the hangar bay doors close and lock us in. I hope you're up for a fight. I don't think they'll let us go without a proper Terran goodbye.
I'm assuming that involves a lot of phaser fire.
Here we go again. Escort the exocomps to the hangar door controls.
I also have the Shard of Possibilities, which I should be using. Let's put that there. Let's do that. Now, what else do I got here? I've also got the Healing Crystal. God, why am I not using any of this stuff? Let's put that there. There's the Terran Knife. It's actually kind of funny in its own right. And that's the stuff. I think that's everything. Alright. Well, this is another Hold the Line mission, in case you missed that. That's 2 just in this mission. I don't have... I think I do actually have Lex throwing those, but I don't have them on. So, in case you missed that, by the way, I'm actually going to allow a death to happen, because it's going to reset faster. Alright, I lived. Because I'm kind of immortal, by the way, because I can heal myself from the future. I can also summon alternate me's from alternate dimensions who help me attack. Anyways, so several of you have mentioned the sex candle. And those of you not aware are probably wondering, what the hell is that all about? It should probably be mentioned that they're not joking. There's an item you could have gotten. I don't actually remember if I bothered to get, which is... Okay, so you remember the candle in that episode of TNG where Crusher gets seduced by a ghost? Yeah, so that's an item you can get. And it's in exactly as bad of taste as that sounds, by the way. And, it's surprisingly good of an item. And that's the part that irritates me the most, is it is actually a surprisingly good item. Like, they want you to use it. I should also probably mention, you probably wonder how I keep living so much. So I've got the Red Angel suit, and the full set for it, actually, which is how I gain my time control powers. I also have a Temporal Assault gun, which is part of my Temporal Assault buff armor. In other words, when I take a certain amount of damage, I just kind of stop taking damage for a bit, because I'm not in this timeline anymore. I think you're right, but we're not. Okay, could you all, like, look to me, please? What the hell was that? Yeah, I'm from Gallifrey. I don't know if I mentioned that. Yeah, that red thing you just saw, that red shifting, yeah, that's me not being in this timeline anymore and activating my buff. Yeah, sorry, I'm parallel universing ahead of people, my bad. And again, and this really bears repeating because it's such a banal thing I say so often, but I occasionally open a portal to the sun. But that's actually a good question.
Help! I'm taking hits!
Shut up.
Hangar doors are opening. Let's get back to the runabout and escape.
Okay. Should I guess I'll res my people. Get up. You have earned your life today. Where's the other guy? Oh, God. Never mind, we're good, we're good. We're all alive. Hakeev was a good villain. And by good, I mean terrible.
Terran goodbye.
by.
But that's what made him so awesome. He was a terrible villain.
Aw, sweet. They really don't want us to leave. But we're leaving anyway. See ya!
See, that's why I put the armor on Krakatsan. You can't tell what their uniform is underneath
We
it.
came as soon as we could. Unfortunately, the Terrans we were fighting at Jupiter Station decided to follow us. As you can see, they're out for blood. We're going to have to fight our way out of here.
Okay, hang on. Red light. Okay, I've launched my full array of fighters. Green light.
The Innsbruck needs time to charge the portal device.
We don't have. Every Terran in range is close in. Following Voyager in. We've got to fix that.
Juno to fleet. Look at it.
Protect the Innsbruck. Without her, we're not going anywhere.
So, sorry, I should explain what I just did. That wasn't just a meme. So, this actually is something that irritates me. If you're playing a ship which has fighters, which I am, then those fighters despawn every time you reset. So, in other words, anytime you load screen, essentially. So, it takes a moment to launch them, because the way it's designed is you can only launch 3 at a time, you can keep 6 out at a time. So I just wait there at the comm thing, waiting for the fighters to fully launch.
Innsbruck complete. That's it. Knock the portal device offline.
Oh, no. No running home for you. You're about to take a trip straight to hell.
So, you're probably wondering, why are they showing off all these purchasable ships in this? So, something STO has done for a very long time. Like,
Innsbruck, get that portal
God,
device online.
back to, like, the Delta expansion. Or no, before the Delta expansion, actually.
You're done. Make the smart move and give up.
Not gonna happen. We're not done until I kick your corpse off of my ship.
She's not yours anymore, traitor. The Emperor gave Enterprise to a worthy commander.
Tactical. Engage Cloak and begin repairs.
Defiant is under foot. Stay sharp.
Yeah, I think the Delta expansion is when they really started doing that. Anyways, something they've done for a very, very long time is they like to have the ships they just added that you can buy in the missions. And they show them off, usually in a fairly obvious and sometimes comical way, so that you go like, ooh, I want that ship. Sometimes they'll even let you fly the sucker before you get it. So like all this mirror stuff, this is when this came out.
Helm, get us out of here now.
Fire at will.
I should also mention that the ship I am currently flying is one of those ships, Lexington.
Gain the foot. Indeed.
Now that's something I want to expect.
Nice to join us, Mark. Your opponents owe me a pound of flesh, and I will let everything out.
Heads up! The Defiant just dropped on a cloak!
I believe I've had enough fun. Be seeing you.
Oh, your time is backstabbing purple hobgoblin! Defiant is underfoot. Stay sharp.
Well fought. Perhaps my choice of allies was ill-informed.
Watch your back, Inquisitor. There's an unhealthy number of knives pointing at us, including mine.
Don't mind those, by the way. I'm doing those. They occasionally just disintegrate my enemies. Or delete? D-Res?
Well, this has been an interesting experience. But I think it's time we parted company. You should return to your universe while you can.
That's the plan. What about you?
For now, I plan on staying alive and making life as difficult as possible for Tilly and her lackeys. I'm not finished with them. Not by a long shot.
Good luck with that.
On that note, let's get the hell out of here. I've had my fill of the mirror universe.
You and me both. Map transfer failed. What? That's a new one. That is my first failed map transfer, yeah. It's because I'm an ESD. I shouldn't be an ESD. Oh god, now to redo the whole mission. No,
On that note,
we're good.
Let's get the...
Oh, thank god. Okay. Anyways, I actually didn't mind the old way they did things. We at least got content when they were shilling their new ships, right? Nowadays, they just come out with new ships and they say, buy this! And there's nothing to do with them, right? Like, they don't have a whole quest arc showcasing the such and such, right? It's just, here's a new ship. Here's a new console that breaks everything. What was the thing? It wasn't that long ago. They added some new crafting thing which completely breaks the builds in half again. I don't remember what they're called. Isomegs, that's them. The Isomegs. Or Isomagnetics, or whatever the hell they're called.
We made it, and without any Terrans tagging along. Let's get Ilea back to Jupiter Station. She may require medical assistance.
I think the question is, how many bug negatives have we already given? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Looks like that's it. 9 negatives have been given for bugs. Yeah.
You are in transporter range now. Prepare Ilea for secure transport.
I mean, it does feel like this game is buggier than the last time I streamed it, which was only a couple years ago.
Ilea's pod is reading all systems nominal. We're ready to transmit the secure transport protocols.
Protocols verified and confirmed. We're ready for transport.
Ilea is secure on Jupiter Station. Please come alongside Voyager.
I think I just baked them in as, like, part of a quest. I would give the quest a negative for the bugs on the quest kind of thing. Whoops.
Ilea's in good hands. The medical team on Jupiter Station will take good care of her. I'd like to go over things with you on Voyager. Let's see if we can make some sense out of all this.
Yeah, this is how I always enter Janeway's ready room. By beaming in. Also, I know it's probably not obvious, but if you're wondering how tall my character is, that's how tall my character is. And Lita's not exactly short. Look, I'm a giant in every game I play. I don't know what you want from me.
I don't like leaving unfinished business behind. Tilly still has my ship. And Kumarke's still breathing. That needs to change soon. Still, if Marshal Janeway can get her ship back, so can I. Who knows? Maybe we'll team up. Be outlaws together. Stranger things have happened.
Uh-huh. That's really strange, Sophie. Do Trek terrorists use nuclear bombs? I don't think they have nuclear bombs in general, except in TOS, obviously.
It won't be easy for my mirror counterpart. She's practically a pirate now. And I suspect the Terrans will do all they can to make an example of her. Based on what I've seen, they've got their work cut out for them.
Yes, their marshal is... Well, her dick is just so big.
The good news? We pulled it off. Bad news? Terrans don't like to lose. They'll be back. Trust me.
Let them come. Jupiter Station was a wake-up call. Next time, we'll be ready.
We did lose that mission.
They needed Ilea for something. But for what? We still have a lot of unanswered questions. And I don't think we're going to like the answers.
Vija, the other is coming. The other is coming!
Look, I don't ask about your sex life, you don't ask about mine, okay?
Nice work out there. Ilea is safe once more. We need to learn more about the Emperor's objectives. To that end, agents of Starfleet Intelligence are joining forces with covert operatives from our partners in the Alliance. They'll be conducting operations in the Mirror Universe, and, with luck, we'll have intel on the Emperor's plans soon. I'll contact you when we have more information. Until then, stay safe out there.
There's the Terran knife, which I actually already have, so that's cool. I'm just gonna dump that. Get out of my inventory. Stop clogging my inventory. I have done several of the TFOs. I actually have a list of TFOs to do, which we've already done one of, so I'll get that off the list. The next two we're not doing for a minute, and the other two are part of the... I can't believe it's not Borg arc. I just need to have Stellaris music on hand, don't I? For every time I alt-tab. Any story positives? That's what I'm chewing on. There's no gameplay positives. That mission sucked. Some of these missions are good on a gameplay axis. There are several I actually enjoy playing. That was not one of them. Odd. Story. Here we go. I think I'll put that under bug, actually. Actually, yes, Flagrant. I have an entire playlist just devoted towards it. Ahem. Alright, so.
There's been a breakthrough in our efforts to learn more about the Terran Empire's operations in the Mirror Universe. Our intelligence forces would like you to be a part of the plan going forward. Report to our intel agent on Jupiter Station. They'll have more details for you there.
Okay. Although, real quick, what's Major Lithium doing? Oh, well. I almost have 2 million refined dilithium now. And it's all useless. Remind me to bring my healer next mission, by the way.
Welcome to Jupiter Station. You'll pardon me if I dispense with the usual formalities, but the urgency of the situation demands it, I'm afraid.
I don't even see a question from you, Yura. So, no. Thanks, Kraken-san. Appreciate you.
If you'll follow me, I can show you to the briefing room. Our partners in the operation are waiting for us there.
Let's see. Baffling visual change in the game compared to the shows. I would say none. I can't think of any visual change that I would consider baffling. Hell, I can only think of one visual change that even comes close to bad, and as I've already discussed, I am not giving it a negative.
The briefing room isn't far.
I had to chew on that for a
Aliyah
minute.
regained consciousness recently. We have her isolated for observation at the moment. Strangely, she's asked to speak with you. Quite urgently, I might add.
Then why has nobody told me that until I got here?
You've arrived. We can now begin.
Who are you?
I am called Aliyah. I am a part of Vija, and speak on their behalf.
Yeah, Aliyah's dead, lady.
I am that which was Aliyah, and more. Evolved. A part of Vija.
No, you killed Aliyah, then you made a duplicate of her. Let's be extremely clear about this. Sorry, spoilers for Star Trek the Motion Picture. But if it's not obvious, this whole arc is actually revolving around Star Trek the Motion Picture. What are you?
In simple terms, I am a cybernetic life form, a living machine programmed with the knowledge of what was once Aliyah of Delta. As a part of Vija, I am able to utilize their power and knowledge, though at a greatly limited scope. I am evolved.
Yeah. Godlike ships. There's godlike aliens and there's godlike ships. Why are you here?
Vija sense the other, alike and yet different. A dark reflection. Where Vija once wished to merge with their creator, the other wishes to punish their creator for abandoning them to the void.
Remember, everything from the Mirror Universe is evil. Everything. So what does that have to do with us?
Vija believes the other is being sought by those you know as Terrans. They believe the Terran leader wants to use the other for his own purposes, including conquest. Vija does not want this. I am here to help you prevent that from happening.
Right. So how'd you get here?
Through Vija, I am able to move over great distances. The greater the distance, the more energy it requires, and the greater effect it has on me. When I was with Vija, we were very far from this universe. Traveling here came at great expense to me.
Note, not this galaxy or this star system or anything that would make any kind of sense. No, this universe. She had to teleport to this universe from wherever she was. Should this be your first MMO? I mean, there are worse options. STO is one of those warts in all games. I actually love this game to death, which is one of the reasons I've agreed to run it and one of the reasons I've spent so much time on it. If you like Star Trek, you're probably going to like Star Trek Online. It is very Trek. Its stories and its characters and its follow-throughs are very Trek, and some of its story arcs are actually really legitimately awesome. If you see up here, these 154 positives are for the story, and these 106 negatives are for the gameplay, so you can kind of see the balancing point there. But yeah, the appeal of STO is the Star Trek, not the MMO. There is some good gameplay here. These 88 positives speak for themselves, but the number of these that are build positives is not a small number. Anyways, so tell me, what is the Emperor's plan?
The Emperor knows that I am a part of Vija, connected. Somehow, he was able to redirect that connection to the other. The Terrans injured me. Instinctively, I called out to Vija. Only my calls were not heard by them. It was the other who heard me. And it wants to know more. It searches for me now.
Okay, so the Emperor grabbed you, tortured you, so you'd reach out to V'ger, you reached out to the other, and now you're bait.
A crude term, but applicable. I believe the Emperor wanted to use my connection to lure the other into a trap, but I do not know why.
So what's your plan?
I will go to the other. I will communicate with them as I would with V'ger. I will try to reason with them, to soothe their rage, and prevent them from falling victim to the Terrans.
That sounds insane and stupid.
The other is powerful and angry. They may not listen. I can only hope that, in learning of V'ger, they realize they are no longer alone. They may find hope.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet on it.
Do you have any more questions?
No, I'm good.
That was quite the feat. One hopes her trip to the mirror universe is not as taxing as her trip here, from wherever she was with V'ger.
Yeah, she can just go to the mirror universe like that.
Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm not big on placing my faith in one person. Even a bald demigoddess from another dimension. So, what are we gonna do while she goes off to confront the other?
I could think of a couple of things we can do. Like a dance party. Sorry.
Indeed. I'd like to begin with an intelligence briefing from one of our allies. They're a member of the Coalition, a resistance group in the mirror universe. Mr. Rayit, if you'd care to join us.
Oh, right. Sorry. Also, you know what's really awful, Mr. Ed? The mirror universe is so stupid on so many levels. It's why I completely ejected it from the rewrite. What? Okay. The other has rejected me. Okay. What the hell was I saying? Mirror Universe, right. The Mirror Universe is really dumb. But, like, it's so dumb. Ignoring the fact that they're literally cannibals, let's just ignore that for a second, and other really weird, dumb things. Did you know that the Mirror Universe is literally darker? Like, physically darker. Like, they're more sensitive to light. Don't think about it for more than a second, because it makes absolutely no sense.
The mirror universe is not as taxing as...
Well,
Indeed.
Okay, so,
Thank you, Commander, all of you, for your time. You're gonna want to hear this.
You have got to be kidding me. This guy? He's a glorified pirate.
Do restrain yourself, Admiral. Rayit has traveled a great distance at great risk to himself and his crew to deliver critical information on the enemy's activities. I'd ask you to respect that effort and hear what the man has to say.
Yeah, by the way, real quick. I don't remember who this guy is, but he's apparently somebody. They made a big marketing push about the fact that they got this guy to play him. Anyways.
Thanks, Commander. Something big is going down on a planet called Pavo. Our Pavo.
No.
To be specific. We don't have a lot of time, so I'll get right to it if everyone's ready.
The amount of Pavo negatives I have already given this game.
Most Terrans fear Pavo. They think it's cursed. Truth is, It's a curse of their own making. Years ago, they started brutalizing it, turned it into a monster. Then the monster turned on them. Needless to say, we were a little surprised when Tilly went to the Terran's graveyard. Seems the Terrans got past their fear, and now we have a new reason to fear them.
Terrans have discovered the kill themselves bomb. The entire Terran Empire is just banelings, all of them.
Welcome to Pavo, my own personal hell. Never thought I'd be in this wasteland again, but when the Emperor says go to Pavo, I go to Pavo. Better than going to an agonizer booth on the maximum setting. Not by much, but better.
By the way, fun fact. Another thing that irritates me just a little bit about the way the Mirror Universe operates, it's not just in STO, it's true like across the board, is they really lean on the agonizer booth. Like a lot. Like it's their solution for everything. It's kind of terrifying, but also it loses any impact because it's the thing that they do, is they just throw you into the agonizer booth. Hang on. This tea you brought me is 3 degrees too cold. Throw them in the agonizer booth. Okay. What's the agonizer do? Yes, the agonizer was invented by Phlox. If I'm remembering correctly, it stimulates pain without the side effects of pain, which, by the way, makes no sense whatsoever, because just the pain itself will actually cause a chemical overload of your cells at a certain point in time. But somehow they magically cause pain with none of the side effects of pain, so you just sit there in pain until they pull you out. That's it.
Indeed I have, Sunshine, several times. The first time was a long time ago. My enemies managed to get me assigned to this system. Got caught in an ion storm and wound up in that universe near the goody-goody version of Pavo.
No, Terrans are actually cannibals now, thanks to Neutrek. I guess cannibals isn't quite... Eaters of other sentients, which is actually worse. So they're eaters of other sentients. Because... They're dumb. I don't have anything nice to say about it. The Terran universe is dumb. It basically always has been. But it's dumb, and it's never gotten anything other than dumber. New Trek came out with Discovery, and they just made it, like, really, really, really worse. And it was already not exactly good. Anyways.
Oh, it was. I had a pretty sweet scheme in place there before some of the locals threw a wrench in the works. Managed to get away using Pavo's power. And much to my surprise, I wound up here instead of Risa. And I really wanted to go to Risa.
So what happened next?
Oh, you know, fought for my life, barely managing to survive, haunted by energy ghosts, business as usual on good old Pavo. Things were looking pretty bad, but one day, surprise, the Emperor sent some advanced scouts here as part of this big scheme of his, and they found me.
So you were rescued?
Oh no, some of them immediately tried to kill me. Bad move. The ones who survived realized someone like me who figured out how to weaponize Pavo, that someone might be worth something to the Emperor. And here we are.
Fresh reminder, the planet of Pavo can kill anyone, anywhere in the galaxy instantly and perfectly. And Tilly figured that out.
Let's just do this quickly and get it over with. This place sucks. I almost wish it was lush again, so I could burn it all back down.
Rise is overrated. Orion's the only place to party.
Don't do the Pavo story. Zzz. Honestly, and I mean this, skip all the Discovery stories. And I don't mean that as a dig on Discovery. I can do that to Discovery itself. Usually what STO does is it takes bad stories and makes them good. But the thing is, there was some weird crap going on at the time. The summary, this is a summary, an oversimplification. But what it boils down to is Discovery was still coming out when STO did their Discovery arc. And STO was really happy to be included in, like, being acknowledged by the real Star Trek creators. So they were really excited to do a Discovery arc, but the Discovery people refused to tell them what was happening or where the story was going or who characters were or anything, really. So they kind of had to do something they'd never done before in STO. They had to make it up as they go. I know that sounds strange, but one of the reasons why STO stories tend to be good is because they plan stuff out way in advance. Like, for those of you who remember, it just is a small little detail, the Iconian stuff was planted very early on because they knew where they were going. They had that whole arc planned out way over here, back before we even, like, when we started the Romulan stuff is when that arc was first actually being presented. So the Discovery stuff was just, they had no idea what they were doing, they threw it all together, and the arc sucks. Go figure. And yeah, there's more to it than that, but the whole thing was just aggravating. Just aggravating.
How did those terrorists manage to find us here?
They're more resourceful than you think. Clearly.
Let's take a look.
Ready weapons and open fire!
Yeah, they didn't know about Lorca, which is more obvious the more you talk to them. I guess I should go knife people. Die! I've brought a knife to a phaser fight, and I'm winning!
Looks like these crystals are burned out.
Move out, and watch for Coalition forces.
Listen, Mr. Ed, I know you're allergic to watching good television, and I don't blame you, you know, that's a terrible allergy to live with. So here's what you do. You take a Benadryl, and then you watch... Don't actually do that. Don't watch TNG asleep. That's not going to work out well. I actually can't speak to Sailor Moon. I don't know how good or bad that is. Now you know what I should try to sell you on Dragon Prince. Let me tell you about season 4 of Dragon Prince.
It is a good day to die, Terran.
What, the mushroom one? Yeah, or are you talking about something else? A good, funny anime with serialized story.
Looks like the forward team managed to get our gear hooked up before the Coalition Goon Squad got here. Better make sure it still works.
I'm so sorry, Luke.
One of those mouth
Do you need help?
breathers might
Are you
have
okay?
fiddled with it before we arrived.
Sorry, you can tell how little respect I have for Tilly because I keep talking over her. I apologize.
Nice. Looks like it's working as expected.
So in case you're wondering, Pavo is a living planet. Let's just move past that sentence for a second. And what Tilly decided to do was to find the nerve clusters, which is these crystals, and pump agonizer juice through them. Remember, agonizers is the thing. Unfortunately, yes, Warp Core. I hate it, by the way. It made me push out so far that I kind of mentally decided to never cover New Trek. That Tilly was fine. Not my favorite, but she was better than this nonsense. Yeah, it's just, they just constantly... You know how... Yes, Warp Core. You know how everything about... Especially in video game-related fiction, there's usually, like, their shtick, right? This race has shields. This race does bleeding damage. This race uses cloaks, right? Like, we all have our themes, and the more you think about it, the less sense it makes, but we let it go because it doesn't matter, because we're theming, right? It's all about game theming and differentiating the factions. I'm fine with that, really. I am. In fact, I even enjoy that. The thing is, for whatever reason, STO decided that the Terran's thing was the Agonizer. So I'm not really being facetious when I say that they use the Agonizer for everything, because it's their thing. Of all the things to pick for the Terrans, whatever.
See, the guys who tried this before me just started blasting the crystals with agonizers at full power. Didn't work out well, did it? But me, I took the finesse approach. I was patient. I modulated the agonizer settings based on the response from each individual crystal, and voila! Success!
Well done. The Emperor has picked the greatest person, Tilly. You are so amazing.
Your little helpers don't say much, do they?
They let their guns do their talking for them, unlike some people.
Oh yeah, pew pew pew. Fascinating conversations. Deep. Very deep.
Anyways, Lower Decks, I mean, I don't watch TV off camera unless it's part of one of the lore runs. And we already have literal years of television to go through, so the odds of me watching Lower Decks are low. But I'm not really opposed to it, per se.
Even after nearly 2 centuries? Impressive.
I'd be more likely to watch Prodigy, though, if I had a choice. What's Prodigy? The sequel to Voyager. Now that sounds like a joke. It is not. It is Voyager Season 7. Or 8, or whatever they're up to. Or 8, yeah, no, 8, sorry. Idiot. As much as I enjoy pain, Mr. Red, I live in the United States, so I'm full up on that right now. Yeah, honestly, Prodigy has my interest way more than Lower Decks. Prodigy is a new Star Trek show that happens to be CGI, which is something I've been saying they should do for literal years, by the way, so hey, that's nice to feel a little vindication there. Lower Decks is a comedy show that happens to have good moments outside of the comedy. Do you see the distinction there? Like, I'm down for some good comedy Trek, I am. But I'd be more interested in some good Trek that happens to have comedy.
Sounds like the advanced team ran into the Coalition punks. We'll need to tune the crystals ourselves.
That's a good question, Bladeville. Can I name a comedy-centric show that I really like? Like, I like parts of Simpsons, I like parts of Futurama, and I like parts of South Park. I think that's as close as I get. We were just talking about Prodigy and how I'm more likely to watch Prodigy than Lower Decks, Rose. I would not call MLP a comedy at any level, no. By the way, those crystal things reach up to the sky because... Don't ask questions. I mean, the closest thing to a category MLP gets is Slice of Life.
That's one squad down. Don't forget to activate the agonizer.
Fine. Let me activate the agonizer, because all we can do is agonize it up. Yep, let's torture a planet. That, I want to stress, that's actually literally what we're doing. Because this isn't a great arc, okay? It was better than the previous arc, but that's not saying much.
That agonizer operational.
Yeah, remember, the planet can kill anyone, anywhere, instantly and perfectly. Across the whole galaxy, actually. No upper range limit. But yeah, so the Spore Drive is and always has been stupid. You're extremely late to hear me rant about that Gum Gum, so I'm not actually going to repeat that rant because it's really dumb, and I hate it. And that's my answer. It's really dumb, and I hate it. The moment I discovered the Spore Drive was the moment I mentally checked out of Discovery.
5 by 5. Let's make sure the central control system is still operational.
It's okay, though. Because then there was the burn, which is the dumbest thing in all of Trek.
Let's make this happen fast, Inquisitor. There's far too many Coalition goons around here lately.
And I should mention, we're currently torturing a planet so we could kill anyone in the galaxy anywhere perfectly. And I still think the burn is stupider than this.
Okay, we're almost ready to go here. I need to calibrate the transmission settings, and then we should be able to send the Emperor's message out to deep space. Watch my back. We've come too far to fail now, and you know the price of failure in the Terran Empire.
You're dumb.
I'd ask you to surrender, but we all know that's not in the Terran vocabulary.
Oh, come on. Is the entire Coalition on Pavo today?
Another skull from my trophy hall.
I do like skulls. Wait, we just keep skulls? Oh my god, what is wrong with us? Hi, J. Palmer. So here's the thing. The burn is the single stupidest thing in all of Trek, and I do stand by that, I should mention. That's not me being facetious. I've put thought into that. But I mention that because things like, say, Picard Season 2 are worse. But Picard Season 2 isn't one thing. It's many, many, many things.
Being a Terran lapdog.
You know? The jailer, Mr. Red.
Did you miss me?
Yeah, the burn's canon. The burn's canon. That's part of Trek lore now. That's cool. I'm sure. What is the burn? Okay, so this. Okay, I cannot talk about the burn without spoiling Discovery Season 3, 4, something like that. Someone help me out. What number is it? Season 3. Okay, Season 3. So this is a massive spoiler for Season 3. So anybody who does not want me to spoil Discovery Season 3, this is your chance to mute me. I'm going to give you several seconds. If you're watching the VOD.
You don't look like him.
If you're, watching live. If you hate my guts. If you think I hate Star Trek just because Gene Roddenberry is a garbage human being and I'm glad he's dead. Whatever. You can go ahead and mute me. Okay, we're good. So, where do I even begin? Okay, so the burn is dilithium, in the whole galaxy exploding and killing, all the ships. In the engine, just all the dilithium goes poof, okay? Now, that's already kind of nonsense, to be totally honest with you, because it's this super simultaneous thing that hits everywhere at the same time. Now, my theory at the time was that the burn was a coordinated sabotage attack, which is how they were able to manage such an insane feat. You notice we're already starting with something very stupid. I should mention that it was also intended to be an allegory. Yeah, no kidding, Luke. It was also intended to be an allegory for climate change or something. It was dumb. I don't care about allegory. You know me, so let's just throw that out the window. But yeah, so there was this Kelpian who was pregnant. I'm just going to read what Warp Core said. It's going to make this easier. So she was pregnant, they crashed on a dilithium nebula. Don't think about that too much. And then she and everyone else were stuck there, and the dilithium gave her child dilithium powers. Don't think about that too much. Then she died, and the child was so sad that his cry energized the dilithium, and that's what caused the burn, is the tears and cries of a child destroyed untold numbers of people and ships across the galaxy, because The burn is really dumb. It is the single dumbest thing in Trek. I struggle to think of dumber things in settings than the burn. There's dumber, like, overall things. Like, there's dumber shows, there's dumber games, there's dumber plot arcs, there's dumber, seasons. But, like, one individual thing of stupidity, yeah, I struggle to think of something that is worse than the burn. I want to stress that I'm not being hyperbolic, and the sheer ire and venom that I spit at the burn. Whoever actually sat down and wrote that should be ashamed of themselves. By the way, they built up the burn across the entire season. We found out what it was in the second to last episode.
Get us off this hellhole right now!
There you have it. Pavo was dangerous enough before, but now...
By the way, that's another hold the line mission.
What the Terrans can do with its power. Something needs to be done. Fast. Based on the data we were able to collect before we had to withdraw, it looks like the Terrans are going to use the antenna on Pavo to send a signal into deep space. Somewhere.
Yeah, there was about to be a second burn, and then we reached out and we're like, don't worry, we love you. Don't be scared. And everything was fine. The end.
There's more. They set up tech to weaponize Pavo.
I'm being exaggerative.
That antenna will turn into a planetary-based cannon of unimaginable power if we don't stop the Terrans. Something that strong might be able to hurt anything, even this other you're talking about. And it'll definitely make short work of any Coalition ship in its sights. Even a dreadnought.
But, okay.
I think we understand each other here. I know I'm a glorified pirate, but I'm willing to risk it all to stop these bastards. Are you?
You're an idiot.
Well, I'll say this for the pirate. He can make a convincing speech when he wants to.
So yeah, so this is Starkiller Base. When did this come out relative to Force Awakens, actually?
Yeah, enough about him. We need to get moving. You ready to go?
This is the episode after Blue Shift.
Good timing. The Coalition's taking a beating here, particularly from the Terran flagship.
Okay.
Aw, nice of Tilly to bring my ship out to this hellhole of a planet. If there's even one scratch on my ship's hull, one micrometeorite dent, well, you know the rest. Murder, death, kill, etc. Let's get to work, shall we? Before the pirate and all his little friends are blown to pieces.
Hang on. Let me finish launching my fighters. Oh yeah, by the way, you're probably wondering why I'm so insistent on launching my fighters. I've run the numbers. My fighters do more DPS than I do.
Coalition forces, this is Rayit. The new arrivals are allies. Please don't shoot them.
Let's help the other side. Ready for another.
What? It's even better than that, Von Falkenstein. Not only are there fighters, but they're really good. Like, fighter, just as a tip, if anybody does want to pick up this game, play something that has fighter bays. Fighters are ridiculous. They don't look like they are. You don't see the numbers popping up. You don't feel like you're doing damage. But trust me when I say, they're in the background killing the crap out of everything. I don't remember why. There's like some under-the-hood reason why fighters are so ridiculous. I remember doing a deep dive on it back when I was actually setting up my builds. And it was like, oh, I've been sleeping on that for too long. Hey, look, it's my ship. And... that's Starkiller gun there.
If only your ship had modified shield like Enterprise. Captain Tilly really is a genius.
Look, that blast from Pavo disabled us, but we're not done yet. I can use my command codes to use their transporters to beam a boarding party over to the Enterprise.
I specifically have the Elite Mirror Universe shuttlecraft, which are very mean. When I got these were the second best fighters that existed. The best fighters were exclusive to a ship I didn't want to fly. It was the Ficleary thing. I don't remember what it's called.
The command codes they know about, yeah. Fortunately for us, I have a backup set of codes, and they damn sure don't know about them.
Take me with you. You need all the guns you can get over there.
Do you again?
I have my doubts about this, but I suppose having some cannon fodder wouldn't hurt. Fine, the pirate can come too. Just stay out of my way and don't touch anything.
Okay, so... Well, see, there's my freaking healer. Where was he earlier? Hang on. Hang on. Jack's set up like that. Intel's set up like that. He doesn't have that thing set up. I don't even know who that is. I know who that is. I don't care. He's fun. Hey, Giga. Yes, that is actually Chase Masterson. However, that is not Lita. That is Mirror Lita. I'll just bring Janeway. I'll bring Dr. Crusher for, morale purposes. I think I just didn't have my healer last time because I had Bragwin in the party. I think you were right. So, whatever. Moving on. Oh, I always have the sex candle around Miss Crusher. Damn it. Yeah, we meet Lita, not Mirror Lita, a couple of times in the DS9 stuff. You know, I just realized something that made me sad. I just said it's Chase Masterson, Jay Palmer. I just realized something that made me sad. The Terran arc and the I Can't Believe It's Not Borg arc are probably going to lower the overall score of STO.
And we made it. With all of our atoms and such in the right place.
No, for real. Lita is actually in the DS9 arc. She's there with her husband, Rom. She gets like 2 or 3 scenes, but she does a good job with them. I'm not talking about Hollow Lita. She's been in the game since... Jeez. Like, since before the Romulan stuff, I want to say. She's been in the game for a long time. So, we're here. Now what?
We need to take control of the ship. And, you know, if Kumarke, Kili, or the Inquisitor are forced to shuffle off this mortal coil, even better. And, bonus points for all 3, of course.
Stay focused. Stay on target.
Helping Lita out with her personal vendettas is not what I'm here for. Settle your old grudges on your own time.
Aw, it's cute that you think you're in charge, pirate. No, I take that back. It's really annoying. Keep quiet while the grown-ups are talking. Now, let's take back my ship.
And how are we going to do that?
We're near engineering. Let's go there, disable security, take control of the turbolifts, and head to the bridge. It's high time I had a little chat with that treacherous purple hobgoblin after all. Her time sitting in my chair is about to come to an end.
Okay.
I meant what I said about your vendettas, Lita.
Oh, and here I thought a pirate thug like you would want to kill Terrans.
I love it, by the way. There's me. I'm in uniform, of course. And then there's, like, Lita, who's in, well, we'll call that a uniform. And then there's my actual crew, who are here in Mega Death armor. Those two are in Voth armor. That one, I actually forget what armor that is on Dawn over there. And Spirit's in the Undine armor. Why isn't there armor in Trek? Alright, moving on, moving on.
Security to bridge! The traitor and her wagon have arrived!
Might be Omega armor? I'm not sure. I guess I can just look. What do you have on? I don't know, because I have you cosmeticized, I just realized. I don't actually know what he has on. Yeah, there's transmog in this game, by the way. It's terrible, but it exists.
Defend engineers or die trying for the Empire!
Absolutely, Yura. I've got to be true to real life.
All right, see that engineering alcove? Use the console there to disable the security doors and fields. Pirate, you're on turbo lift controls. We need control of those fast.
Honestly, the Voth armor is the only armor I really like in this. I actually was wearing it myself for a long time. It's this suit right here, the guy you get, what you see Fix It in.
There's something very dear to me that I need to check on. It won't take long. That's it. That's the plan. Let's make it happen.
Okay.
I don't like this. Or her. She can't be trusted.
Yeah.
The feeling's mutual, Pirate. Do your job, and this'll all be over soon.
I'd say, pound for pound, you probably spend more time on the ground. But it's generally every mission has about half ground section, half space section. Yeah, sorry. For those of you not aware, transmog is what WoW calls cosmetic override. It's when you have something that changes how you look that has absolutely no bearing on what you actually have in terms of stats or gear or progression, right? So it's something that is purely cosmetic appearance. Transmog, again, specifically refers to cosmetic override. The reason I mentioned that is because some systems will have stuff that looks good that has no stats that takes this place of the stuff with stats. So the only way to look good is to literally wear worse gear. Dark Souls, to use a specific example of that. And a lot of older games, too.
How very clever of you. It'll take a while to restore control over the security systems. Whatever shall I do to pass the time?
I can think of something. Sorry. Look, she's my wife. I don't know what you want from me.
How right you are. I believe I have just the thing to amuse myself. Be seeing you.
Neither do I, especially since she's loading shuttles with protomatter bombs in the hangar bay. Knowing her, I fully expect she'll order those shuttles to target your ships. And, well, at least they'll die quickly.
Yes, of course the Terran Empire just has protomatter bombs. Why wouldn't they?
Look, I get it, but every minute we spend not taking the bridge means that... Oh, never mind. You're not budging on this, are you?
No.
Fine. Let's get this over with.
Yeah, they just have protomatter bombs. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm shooting a ray of death that consists of anti-protons from a laser staff I got from an ancient precursor race. I think we're fine on protobombs. It's fine. So, you remember the Genesis device in Star Trek II? Because that's a protomatter bomb. It has a secondary effect after the bomb goes off, but that is a protomatter bomb. So get rid of the secondary effect, and there you go.
Get faster!
Ironically, STO had an entire story arc about proto-matter weapons and how terrible they are. Because, you know, duh. That was the Zinkethi
I don't
arc.
trust Lita to deal with these bombs. I'll handle them. But I need you to cover me while I work, okay?
Okay.
Check your fire. Do not shoot the proto-matter bomb.
Shoot proto-matter bombs. Got it.
Behind us!
Don't worry, I've got the safest weapon imaginable. I'll open a portal to the sun. Looks like I can't actually target them, no.
These bombs are disabled. Moving on to the next.
Well, because there's so much latent AoE in this game, you'd almost guaranteed shoot them. Like, it's actually hard to not AoE in this game. Don't mind me. Yeah, you see that giant magma pool? Yeah, that's me. I did that. You see those giant jets of volcanic plumes? That's also me. Don't worry, it's not targeting the bombs.
The ones behind that runabout. On the upper level.
Set magma to stun. It's fine.
That's the last one. I think we're done here.
Yeah, it is possible to have a non-AoE build. Look, Ben One Eye.
No more proto-matter bombs. Now let's do what we came here for and
If
take
I had a
back my
strip of
ship.
latinum for every time I'd heard that, I could buy a small moon.
What about a big moon? How small are we talking exactly? Moons can get really... Never mind. You know, technically magma would be a step... Oh yeah, but sorry. So obviously I covered all this in the original run, but just really quick, for those of you who didn't see that old run, because that was about 2 years ago. You see that giant beam of, hey, loot me. Hey, there's loot here. Loot me. That's a loot box. So how STO does its loot boxes is particularly insidious. And I wanted to briefly recover this, and why this got, I think, like 15 negatives total. So... that loot box right there, I can loot it right now. I can be like, hey, and I have a loot box, and I can open it, right? Wrong. In order to open loot boxes, you need keys. Master key or credit key or what the hell they're called. I don't actually remember. But those keys are bought with real money. That's how you open your loot boxes. So to be clear about this, even before I talk about any of the other nonsense that's horrible about this system, the game floods you with these loot boxes. Like, they drop constantly. You've probably been seeing it this whole time. So if you're looting anything else, you're almost guaranteed going to be looting this crap without meaning to, and it's going to be clogging your inventory. And even if you don't actually loot it, again, it's got that giant beam of, hey, loot me. And then it just sits there, and your chances of getting something worth a damn in the lockbox is not exactly great. And again, costs real money. But here, just to show it. So it's, yeah, so this is what I thought. I wanted to double check myself. Back in the day, they, oh god, if you couldn't drop them, you can actually delete them. You can even sell them if you want to. You can also get them like en masse from the Zen store because they're free, because they don't matter until you buy the keys. But these are infinity lockboxes. Back in the day, they would rotate lockboxes, so there was some FOMO built in as well. And some of those lockboxes would specifically have a chance to give specific ships, and that chance would go away over time. So, just to name two examples of that, the Galor Cruiser, which I have, by the way, thank you for that, Spirit, and the original Dominion Jem'Hadar attack fighter, which used to be considered the best ship in the entire game, was from one of those lockboxes, which went away, because those are essentially seasonal. Make sense? So occasionally, some lockboxes would come back, but then they'd go away again. And for the most part, each new season, each new era of thing would add a new lockbox with new ships. So if you wanted something, you better buy those keys now, because otherwise those are going away and you can't get the thing you want from this particular season. They replaced this with the Infinity Box a few years ago. I forget when exactly. And this has just been the lockbox ever since. But still scummy. It's just not as scummy as it used to be. Keys, I believe, are roughly $5 a key. or $1 a key. It's one of the two. I can never remember which. I have bought keys. I will actually freely admit that, because I used to support this game financially, because it used to be a great game, and I didn't mind supporting it financially.
You're quite the persistent little swarm of gnats.
You have one chance to stand down before my portal to the sun says hi.
How very polite of you. Since we're still being civil, let me speak plainly. You will not take command of this vessel, and should you try, you'll learn a very painful and fatal lesson. Do I make myself clear?
Okay, do you not see the portal to the sun I have right here?
There, the console in the back.
Oh, that's a good point. Hang on. Set sun to stun. Hang on, hang on.
There, the console in the back. Get away from that console!
Hang on, my alternate dimensional selves are making sure that the enemy is being distracted while I use this console.
Proton matter powered attack.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
His inner force field is still up!
Hold the isolinear chip to disable her command console. They're in the panel, in front of the helm.
That's a good point. They are sensitive to light. They should be taking extra damage from this thing.
Drop that force field already!
Fine. Stop putting holes in my ship!
Suppose I need to get my hands dirty after all. Nuisance!
Yeah, you're dead, lady.
We have to take out her drones, don't we?
No problem. I've got a private runabout that shoots for me.
Kumarki's drone. She's vulnerable now.
If you're paying attention, by the way, this is the third boss in a row that has the exact same mechanic. Sorry, fourth boss in a row that has the exact same mechanic. Which is, my ads make me invincible, and then you can kill me once you've killed my ads.
She has drones again.
Oh no, dear Lita. Oh no, no,
The drones are down again. Take Kumarke out!
No one will. Computer, activate auto-destruct sequence. Authorization, Kumarke 00.
So she's dead.
We both could have had the prize. We could have had it all. But no. You wanted it all for yourself. Stabbed me in the back for the favor of a madman. Now you've paid the price for your betrayal. Hope it was worth it.
Seriously, Flaghand.
I'm back. Computer, open a shipwide channel.
And yeah, don't worry. The next arc will have Kumarke back. The real one, not this Kmart brand.
Attention all hands. This is Admiral Lita. Kumarke is dead. I am assuming command of this vessel effective immediately. If you disagree, feel free to step out of the nearest airlock and spare me the trouble of hunting you down. I have better things to do. Lita out.
So, you have your ship, but we have a couple things to do.
Damn right there is. I need to settle the score with the annoying Ginger who had the nerve to call this her ship.
Yeah, Lita isn't actually Terran, and ironically, neither was Kumarke. Hang on, I'm getting a strange energy reading.
I made it.
Are you just now getting here? You have the slowest teleporter in the world.
It's too late. I did what I could, but I failed. The other is coming. Here. Now.
Yeah, there's also a Terran fleet approaching at high warp, which means by the time I finish this sentence, they're here, because some people tend to forget that high warp means going thousands and thousands of times the speed of light, which is roughly extremely fast. Are you...
My place is here, in this chair. You need to get back to yours. Ready to beam back to your ship?
Get me out of here. Yeah, someone left the parking brake on the whole time.
It's good to sit in this chair again. Just can't let me have my moment of zen, can you? Fine. Let's deal with the Terran ship so that we can get down to Pavo and deal with our Tilly still breathing problem.
This might be a fight we can't win.
You have got a lot to answer for, Lita. And I want to make sure you pay for what you've done. Bring it, sunshine.
Again, we'll have a nice rest for everyone else's back.
That's how it goes, pirate. One Saigon and the vial.
Oh, that's funny, Flykent. Synthwave? Oh, geez, I don't remember. That's one of the event ones, isn't it? Yeah, that's the Picard Season 1 TFO. Which... So yeah, this is a fight we couldn't win. You can tell because that one Terran escort that's left, they got this. They got this, bro. By the way, all those yellow numbers are crits.
Something's coming.
Or sorry, not crits. Okay, so, big moment.
I'm detecting an energy surge within the entity. Reading 12 power energy.
Oh, no.
So, the Emperor's true prize is revealed at last.
Yeah, so for those of you who haven't been paying attention to the extremely obvious foreshadowing up until now. Vidra's actually a skybox in STO, which makes sense, because it's stupidly big. So yeah, we need to go. Yeah, those... Ignore the fact that I've been shooting those things this entire time. Because they do things like that. You probably haven't noticed, but this is kind of what they do.
Whoa! Looks like your ticket home just got canceled. And more enemy ships are heading our way.
Do you have any good news?
Not really, no. I suggest taking out those plasma energy bolts the other is firing while we deal with the enemy fleet.
What fleet? What are you talking about? Oh, hello. Where did you get here? For a while there, I actually ran a build where I had the gravity yankers. It was extremely funny because what'll happen, see, is you'll yank all the ships into one spot, and then you kill one of them. And you only really have to kill one of them, because then it explodes. And once it explodes, it does damage to the other ones, which usually causes a second ship to explode, which usually causes another ship to explode, and I think you get the idea. It's corpse explosion from Diablo 2 on a ship level. It is a hysterical build. The thing is, it's only viable in certain circumstances, which is why I don't run it as a usual build. Now, if you have a full mage build, yeah, there's my versions up there, the blue ones.
Focus on the plasma vault. Let us worry about the Terran.
Yeah, sorry, I keep calling them mage builds. Mage builds are science-heavy builds, which focus on non-standard stats to kind of use special abilities or special consoles to do absolutely ludicrous amounts of damage by completely controlling the combat terrain, kind of like what I just mentioned. Whoa, whoa. Wasn't paying attention.
Focus on the plasma vault. Let us worry about the Terran.
I thought about setting up a mage build, but by the time mage build started getting big, I was already out. Like, I'd already given up on the game.
Is under attack.
So.
Focus on the plasma vault. Let us worry about the Terran.
I mean, if you think my build is strong, the further up you could go for where I'm at in this game is absolutely stupid.
Few ships left to deal with. Okay, the other is recharging. Give us a hand with the Terran.
Okay.
Get ready over there. The other is powering up a new volley of torpedoes, and that Terran fleet is about to arrive.
Okay. So there's the Terran capital ship.
The Acheron's shields are too strong. Our weapons have no effect.
Yep, it's just an invincible ship. Just trust us, bro. It's invincible. Just trust us. Just trust us.
That's the Emperor's ship. Look, if this is our last stand, let's do what we can to take that lunatic out, okay? Maybe that's the solution to the situation with the other we've been looking for.
Yeah, let's try surviving. Ironically, the jellyfish would be great for several of these missions. Go figure.
It's a real Kobayashi Maru vibe here. It's been fun, guys!
Sorry we're late. Ready to get out of here?
What? Soto? You survived?
Clearly. Let's talk on the other side, okay? I'm guessing you have a few questions.
Yeah, aren't you dead?
Well, the Terrans did their best, but it wasn't good enough. We were able to get away under cloak, but the portal tech was badly damaged. We started to conduct repairs, but that was slow going in hostile territory. Thankfully, we made contact with the Coalition.
So what happened next?
While we worked to get the components we needed to go home, we teamed up with Coalition forces to gather intel on Terran activities, especially those regarding Project Pharaoh. When we got wind of what was going on at Pavo, I was able to get a message through to Starfleet Intelligence. They asked me to remain and observe the Terran fleet movements while Ray Yeet delivered the intel report.
And you were able to complete repairs somehow.
Indeed. Would have liked a better outcome over Pavo, but we're still alive, able to fight another day.
Yeah, I guess.
Let's go over all this on Enterprise. We might not have a lot of time before things get dangerous again.
I understand the concern over me being dead. Sometimes that can be a big advantage, especially in the spy game.
Yeah, I should know.
Of course, the Terrans know I'm alive now as well. That'll make work on the other side of the mirror difficult in the future. But breaking cover and rescuing you seemed like the right thing to do.
Appreciate you.
Don't mention it. By the look of things, there's a lot of dangerous work ahead. And we're gonna need all hands on deck.
Yeah, thanks, Commander. You know, that's actually an interesting question. I'm not sure. Lita.
Enterprise is mine again. I expect I'll have to deal with a few would-be captains and their attempts to end me. But that comes with the center chair on a Terran ship.
I guess? Like, that sounds terrible.
Too bad Ilea wasn't able to talk some sense into the other. Not sure I like leaving it in the hands of the Emperor and his lackeys. Especially Killy.
Don't remind me about her. We'll kill her later. Burgess?
The situation at Pavo is cause for great concern, to be certain. Tactical planners from the Alliance are working on our next steps as we speak.
Yeah, they need to hurry it up.
Indeed. Fortunately, we have the data collected by DeSoto and the Coalition in the Mirror Universe. The path to success may lie within that.
Keep me in the loop on that. I want to do the next quest when it comes out. In like a year. Rayit?
Can't say I'm thrilled to see Lita in command of one of the most dangerous starships in existence, but these things happen on our side of the mirror.
Yeah.
The Coalition could do a lot of good with a ship like that. But we'll keep up the good fight with what we have, when we can.
Good luck, I guess.
Thanks. And speaking of that good work, I'll be getting back to it shortly. We'll keep an eye on what the Empire does at Pavo. When we have new intel, we'll get it your way.
Appreciate it. Ilea?
The other is conflicted, angry. No amount of reason would persuade them to stop, to be peaceful. They want revenge on their creator above all else. They believe the Terran Emperor can make that happen.
So that's why the other went to Pavo, despite the obvious threat?
Yes. The other will stop at nothing to get what they want. In that way, they are very much like the Emperor.
I remind you, at this point, real life terms, it's been about a year as they've been building up the big reveal of who the Emperor is. I just want to keep emphasizing that because I get why they held off on that reveal, but it's kind of irritating how long the buildup was, you know? Just because of how long it takes for content to come out in this game. So what should we do next?
We must stop the Emperor. I believe we can still connect with the other and convince them to seek a peaceful resolution to this conflict. We may need to make direct contact at the core of the other, as the crew of Enterprise once did with Vija. That type of contact may succeed where I failed.
Difficult, but if it must be done, we'll find a way.
Looks like things are wrapping up here. I don't think it'll be long before we meet again. And get convinced to do something outrageous and dangerous. Ready to return to your ship?
Meanwhile... No, Mirror Us escaped.
Security bioscan complete. Access granted.
Computer, transport object 53 Sigma to my location.
It's a lockbox!
Hello, old friend.
Da-na-na-na! To be continued. In a decade.
I've reviewed your report several times now, and it's still hard to believe what has happened. The Terran Emperor has summoned the Mirror Universe version of V'ger, and means to subjugate it somehow. To attempt such a thing is madness, and yet, the Emperor and his forces are out to do the impossible. What's worse, they may succeed. I've called for emergency meetings with our partners in the Alliance. We need a plan. When we have one, we'll be in touch.
Or, no.
I've reviewed your...
Ham. I mean, that's... I don't understand your question, Gum Gum. It's 200 times faster than the speed of light. That's it. The speed of light is a constant that we know about in real life. Your question is nonsensical. I'm sorry. Tell you what. Tell you what. 200 times the speed of light is 45,958,491,600 meters per second. There you go. And yeah, that is actually pretty slow. I mean, Star Trek's FTL is actually really slow, and on purpose. That's kind of a plot point, actually. There's a reason why explored space in Star Trek is this tiny little dot of the galaxy. Ugh. It's also why hyperspace is considered incredibly fast over in Star Wars, relative to most sci-fi. Look, we don't talk about Rise of Skywalker. Ever. Ever? Okay, we're good. Sorry, looking at my notes. Don't mind me. Yeah, Warhammer 40k has Silly Putty FTL. Turbo lasers are better. I'm just saying. Next week. That's right. Next week I'll be talking about Rise of Skywalker. That's true. It will not be a positive discussion. Monday at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Obviously, obviously. It's the next episode of my my Andor streamination that's going to go live. Rumination, excuse me. Okay. Notes jotted.
We're sending a fleet to the Mirror Universe to engage the Terrans in the Pavo system. It is our intention to disrupt their operations there and prevent the Terran Emperor from subjugating the entity known as the Other. I'd like you to be a part of this operation. Report to Captain Sean on board the USS Enterprise once you've arrived in the Pavo system on our side of the mirror.
What's worse, Rise of Skywalker or The Burn? The Burn. Keeping in mind, The Burn is, once again, just one single thing, whereas Rise of Skywalker is an entire film. And while Rise of Skywalker is very, very stupid, it can at least be entertaining in its stupidity. Unlike some other things I can mention. But there's no enjoyment in The Burn. Ugh, Pavo. Yes, that's right, I just beamed into the turbolift. Don't ask questions. That's where I always beam onto people's things.
Welcome aboard. We can begin the briefing once Admiral Lita decides to grace us with her presence.
Is there a problem, Captain?
Unclear. For some reason, she wanted to go over things here, rather than on a secure comms channel.
You're an idiot.
True. And the stakes don't get much higher than they are now.
Incoming signal from the Enterprise. That is to say, the ISS Enterprise. Admiral Lita requests permission to beam aboard, Captain.
Looks that way. Permission granted, Kiona. Instruct them to beam her directly to the bridge. Ready to get to the bottom of this Terran cloak and dagger?
Okay.
Well, this certainly is a clean bridge, Captain. No blast marks, no blood stains on the carpet, to remind people what happens to traitors.
I'll be sure to forward your feedback to Starfleet Command. In the meantime, I suggest going over any last-minute details we need.
Captain, please. I've been in every tactical meeting you have. I know the score here. We're going back to my Pavo to engage the Terran fleet in battle before the Emperor can pull off whatever mad scheme he's conjured up. It's a bold, mad, and extremely dangerous plan. Must be why I like it so much.
I realize defeating the Emperor's fleet is a tall order, but we're hoping a victory at Pavo will give Ilea the opportunity to make contact with the Other once more. Convince them that we're not their enemy.
Taking down the Acheron isn't going to be easy, Captain. We Terrans have a saying, if you mean to slay the Emperor, don't miss. Believe me, when I get the shot, I don't plan on missing.
When you get the shot, not if? You're awfully confident, Admiral.
Let's just say you don't get as far as I have in the Terran Empire without having a damn good backup plan at all times. So, you do your part, Captain, and I'll do mine. Things go according to plan, we'll send the Emperor back to Terra with his tail between his legs, and give your bald friend here a shot at talking down the Other before they digitize us all.
Good luck.
She's definitely up to something. I don't like it.
Yes, J. Palmer. As a reminder, transporters are the deadliest weapon in Star Trek that essentially no one ever uses as a weapon.
Sir, I recommend assigning a team to monitor the actions of Lita's vessel. If she means to turn on us, or quit the field, we'll want to know as soon as possible.
Under the circumstances, I think an extra layer of security is a good idea. Make it happen, Kiona. I don't have a good feeling about this. Lita might decide it's in her best interest to side with the Emperor. Old habits tend to die hard, after all.
Yeah, once, Warp Core. Once. It's doubly funny because in the Trek lore run, we actually covered that episode just a few days ago, I think. It was last week. Anyways.
I hope you're right for all our sakes. In the meantime, we should make our final preparations before we set out for Pavo. See you there.
Good luck, Em. I would leave, but I like beaming out in front of people. It's flashier.
Everyone's reporting in. Final preparations are wrapping up, and the fleet will be underway soon.
We're not actually at battle readiness. Give me 23 seconds. Okay, we're good.
Acknowledged. Once we're on the other side, each squadron will form up around their assigned intel ship. Keep them in one piece. They're your ticket home.
Okay.
Our primary target is the ISS Acheron. She's the Terran flagship, commanded by the Emperor himself. We've identified a large number of capital ships and escorts in place to protect the Acheron at all costs. Expect heavy resistance. This is it, everyone. Good luck. We'll see you on the other side. Enterprise out.
Okay.
Enterprise to fleet. Prepare to get underway.
It's good to see you again.
Hi, random person.
Forward to a rematch with the Terrans? I know we are.
I mean, sure.
Khonshu to fleet. Intel vessels are standing by to generate the portal to the mirror universe.
The honor is yours. We'll open the portal on your mark.
Oh, I don't know. Depends on which drive you're using, Gum Gum, because several of them are much, much different in speeds. One of them would probably be a couple weeks travel. The other one, like, 3 seconds. Something like that. Maybe 20. Yeah, it's actually funny to me that they use antimatter so casually in Star Trek. Because, you know, that'll generate a lot of power. Like a lot of power.
Attention Terran forces. This is Captain Vakel Shan. On behalf of the Alliance, I am asking you to stand down and disengage from the entity known as the Other. Any further attempts to subjugate this life form will be considered an act of aggression.
Tough talk for someone about to have their backside handed to them, Captain. Check your sensors. There's no way you're getting the win here today, even with 2 Enterprises.
Oh, you still haven't figured out Starfleet, have you, Sylvia? Let me break it down for you. Sean's little speech was the velvet glove. If you don't shut up and stand down, you're about to meet the Iron Fist.
Real quick, one of the few things I do like about this arc is they came up with some new music that's inspired by the music in Motion Picture. I like it. Good Star Trek parodies behind Galaxy Quest. Besides Galaxy Quest. Yeah. It's called Lower Decks.
Funny thing about iron, Lita, it melts. And all of you idiots just flew into a crucible. Maybe we'll forge what's left of your ships into something useful when it's over. Or maybe we'll leave the debris field here as a monument to your complete and total failure. Tilly out.
So much for diplomacy. Looks like they're going for our intel ships.
Naturally, Terran captains will be looking for the big kill.
Right. Let's make sure we deny it.
For them, it's go big or go home.
course, the Mary Sue ship has some super thing in addition to being invincible.
Status report. What just happened?
Every ship in the fleet is trapped in chronoton stasis. For lack of a better term, we're stuck in a time bubble.
Captain, we're being hailed.
Okay, this is it. This is it. You ready? You ready?
On screen.
That's right, it's Wesley.
Your Majesty.
Captain Sean, you fought well. All of you. But it's over. All good things must come to an end, after all.
Over? This isn't over.
It'll be over when we knock that smug look off your face.
Well, you're certainly welcome to try when I return, Admiral. For now, however, my destiny awaits.
So yeah, after literal months and months and months of buildup, it was Wesley. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I was free from time. Okay, now I'm unfree from time. We're cool, we're cool. Everything's fine, everything's fine. A lot of people, including me, were actually speculating that it was going to be Kirk. Because, for those of you not aware, there was an entire book series, which was bad, admittedly, but still, where Kirk was, that is to say, Mirror Kirk, actually continued on to be a fairly major figure in the history of the Mirror Universe. But of course, them actually getting, you know, William Shatner was extraordinarily unlikely.
Taking heavy fire.
Several people were thinking Picard, because this is about when Patrick Stewart started being a little more relaxed about appearing and stuff like this. Remember, he was in the Emoji Movie. As a further reminder, they had just gotten Kate Mulgrew, which was a big win. And so they was thinking that maybe they'd finally managed to secure Patrick Stewart for this. But no, it's Wesley.
Something's happening. Enterprise is breaking away from the battle. Current heading will take her into the other.
Now, Emperor Crusher is actually not bad. The reveal it falls flat, especially because of real-life perspectives. But honestly, I don't mind Emperor Wesley. I really don't. And you'll see why as we go through the rest of the story. But, the problem is, you'll see what I mean. But pay attention to how Will Wheaton voices him. He just kind of isn't a good voice actor, is the nicest way I could put that. Some of the alumni, when they bring them in, they do some good, some bad, and some in between voice acting. And Will Wheaton, you know,
Thanks for the assist, everyone, but I've got business elsewhere. With the Emperor.
Alone? Against the Acheron and the other? That's suicide! Stick with the plan, Lita. We need you here, now!
Yeah, Lita, do you want to help us here and stay in formation?
Aw, I'm flattered, Captain, but we both know the real fight's inside the other. With the big cheese himself. All you need to do is keep him busy out here. I got this. Lita out.
Enterprise is the least of our problems. I'm reading Terran reinforcements approaching the system at high warp.
By the way, I want you to remember Wheaton in Prodigy for this, Ross. It's gonna be relevant.
At last, the very core of the other. Their mind, heart, and soul all lie ahead, there for the taking, for the one with the strength to reach them.
Majesty, with your power, we cannot fail. This weapon will be ours to command, and all of our enemies will fall before it.
Ours, Captain? I think you overestimate your role in this operation. Simply put, this is a game of chess between myself and the other. We are the kings. And you, all of you, are pawns. Do I make myself clear?
So that, speaking as a voice director, I can tell you exactly what's going on there and why I didn't care for that, and why I didn't care for that particular portrayal. Because I've actually heard Will Wheaton do this exact same thing before, off camera. It's whenever he's trying to sound like a villain. We've actually talked about this before, because ironically, the Inquisitor and frankly Tilly are both doing the exact same thing. It's when you give them the direction of be evil. And so they sound evil, and they try to think, okay, be evil. And what comes out of their mouth is essentially this. And it's not good. This is not good voice acting. And that's the problem.
As Crystal Majesty, we await your orders.
Like, I've literally heard him do this in his board game show he had back on YouTube a few years ago, when he would be like, yes, I am evil, and evil does evil things that I do because... Like, it's just the way he tries to present himself, the over-enunciation, the emphasis on vowels, stuff like that.
It's good to see at least one of you has sense, Inquisitor. Prepare to move out. I need to reach the central core, and the other won't make it easy for me. Do your jobs, and we won't have a problem. Fail me, and the other will be the least of your worries.
Like that. Perfect example. And yeah, it's either a bad voice direction or absence of voice direction. But either way, nah.
I'm picking up an energy signature nearby. It's repeating, like a signal.
Someone wants our attention. Check it out, Inquisitor.
As you command, Majesty.
By the way, we are once again playing our alternate self with our terrible kit. 3 times in a row now. Actually, yeah, Xavion, that's a good example of that.
Is it making a bridge for us?
Interesting. Let's hope it doesn't vanish beneath our feet.
They could dematerialize a lot of things. The bridge, the air, us.
And yes.
Interesting gambit, wouldn't you say, Inquisitor? My opponent is welcoming me with open arms.
Ahem. And yes, the TNG only got Mirror Universe stuff in the comics. Comics, by the way. I don't really recommend them. I mean, they're fine.
May I remind you, Majesty, that a successful gambit involves an initial sacrifice in order to gain the advantage later in the game.
That's a good point. I'm looking forward to seeing what our host has in store for us. Let's not keep them waiting.
That central structure looks important. Tilly, analysis.
It's loaded with energy, hard to get a clear reading. We need to get closer and scan it.
Clever. The other has centralized the island's power within this matrix. We'll need to disperse it in order to advance.
How will we do that?
There are 6 exterior power nodes surrounding the central matrix. We need to energize them and initiate a power transfer from the matrix. I suspect the other will reverse the polarity in active nodes once it becomes aware of our actions. If it does, reinitiate the transfer as soon as possible. Once all 6 nodes have been energized, we'll be able to move to the next island.
About 3 or 4 more hours, by the way, Warp Core. Also, we're going to be doing a TFO immediately after this, if anybody wants to join us for that.
Keep your eyes open for any defense systems, Inquisitor. The other might have more tricks up their sleeve after all. Who knows? You might get to shoot something and show off some more for the Emperor.
So yeah, several people just asked me how I would direct Wheaton here. Honestly, this is pretty easy. I want you to sound detached. So the way I usually direct someone is I don't tell them, you know, hey, be evil. What I'll say is, you are someone who has been dealing with people your entire life who've tried to kill you or bring you down or otherwise bother you. And every single time it's been such a nothing burger. It's been so easy and effortless to climb your way to the top, and you feel utterly alone at the top. You are so detached from almost everyone around you, that you have trouble every now and again. Your character has to spend time in the morning when he wakes up remembering that the people who work for him are actually people. And that's the kind of direction I would have given Will Wheaton for this. And then the rest is like a back and forth process. You know, here, read this line, tell me how you say it. Okay, try to do this a little bit softer and put more emphasis on this syllable, stuff like that.
Hey, try not to get fried by those power nodes, Inquisitor. That would be just terrible.
Save your spite for the enemy, Captain.
Is it just me, or was that a little too easy?
Ah, countermeasures. Destroy that drone before it undoes your work.
Signals down. Board it up.
I do like the shot of his ship right there, by the way.
Another drone. Take it out. Quick. We're halfway there. Sound off if you see another one of those annoying drones.
More to go. Keep at it.
Just one more left.
The power of math at work. Impressive.
Well done. Deal with the remaining drones so we can move on.
We're on it.
Sorry, what was that, Von Falkenstein? I couldn't hear you over me ignoring the enemies and just going for the power nodes.
As I predicted, once the power was dispersed from the central matrix to the power nodes, the island's operations returned to normal.
I would also I would want him to sound a little bit more, like, I want there to be a hint of excitement. Like, this is one of the first things that's engaged your character in years. That's why you've been working on this for so long. That's why you've been building up to this, is you're finally here, and you are having fun. And you haven't had fun in a very long time. So, you know, just a little undercurrent of, as I predicted, once the power was dispersed from the central matrix to the power nodes, the island's operations returned to normal. You know, just like put a little bit of a smile in there as you're saying it. Yeah, this is the prize. This is the treat. You've successfully baked the cake. Now you get to enjoy it, right?
Tricorder's picking up another one of those command consoles nearby. It's online and ready for access. See it? The control pillar. Right over there, Inquisitor.
Stay vigilant. The sentry's gonna appear out of thin air.
They must have heard you, Inquisitor. Deal with the new arrivals quickly.
Oh man, we've got ice cream to go with the cake? Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, by the way, you may have seen me use those beams of light myself. They're mean. Yeah, no kidding.
Scanning local systems now.
The The other has locked down access to command systems on this island. We need to destabilize local data security in order to advance.
What do you recommend?
There are 3 data security locks here. Introduce intrusion programs into them to disrupt them. You'll have to do this one lock at a time. Disrupting one will open the next to attack, and so on.
This level of hacking will take time. Considering what we've experienced so far, it's a sure bet the other will send more drones to stop us. So, you know, keep your guns handy.
You know, I'd complain, but at least it's not a hold the line mission.
Get started, Inquisitor. Everyone else get ready to fight. The other won't take kindly to our intrusion.
Take out that defender. It will reverse our work as long as it's linked with the system.
Only the Terran stuff, Yura. I haven't done the I can't believe it's not Borg stuff yet. Never mind, it's a hold the line mission. Gosh darn it. There are other quest types, I swear. Prove it. You know what? Point taken. Worse in every way? I think we'll go with worse in every way.
Get started on the next one, Inquisitor.
And yes, I hope you look forward to the Crayola Borg, excuse me. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll have plenty of Mass Effect 3 jokes when we get there. Yeah, it's fine. It's just red lightning death that, you know, is supposed to digitize us. Their words, by the way, not mine. It's okay, I got a hypo spray. Ah, there we go. That's the stuff. Drugs. Sweet, sweet drugs.
Lock 2's out of mission. Only one to go. The final lock hack has started. Watch out for the defender.
To continue to talk about the bad voice direction, Wesley over there, excuse me, Emperor Crusher. You know how he was giving our orders earlier? The way he said it was with the tone of having already figured it out, right? Okay, sure. I kind of get that. But that's not how I would have directed it at all. I would have had him figuring it out as he's telling you. So there's this moment of, like, almost uncertainty as he's trying to figure this out. And then, that's how we do it. We do this and this and that, right? The tone there kind of has this upswing and then downswing as he's resolving his orders to you, as he's giving them to you. Instead of just, oh, yeah, do this and do that. Hey, Yura, do you like the combat in Streets of Rage 4? Okay. Now, imagine Streets of Rage 4's combat with, like, there's only one enemy type in the entire game, and that's all you ever fight ever. And they never vary, and they're never different. They're just the same enemy. That's Andromeda.
That did it. Local data security has been utterly disrupted, and the command systems of this island belong to us now.
Confirmed, Majesty. The access pillar is operational and open for business.
Let's go.
Move out. Get to the next island before the other can regroup their forces.
other has set more pawns, Inquisitor. Deal with them.
As you command, Majesty.
So yeah, did you hear how he said that? I hate to keep picking apart his voice direction. It's not like I have anything else to talk about right now. So the way he just said that was in a very, I have a small dick and need to prove that I'm in charge by sounding angry. And that's the tone he used. Ugh, do you see those other enemies? Deal with them. What I would have had him do is sound irritable to the point of actually, like, bothered. Like, why is this in my way? What? The other has sent other pawns. Inquisitor, deal with them. Like, this is just this weird obstacle in your way. You're like, you're right there. You're right there. You just need to get through this fence. Could you get this fence out of my way, please?
Now this was an unexpected move. This access tower is keyed into my genetic profile. If anyone other than me attempts to use it, a self-destruct sequence will be triggered. They want to test me personally. A battle of wits between kings.
Okay, could you sound a little more excited about your life goal that you've been working on for your entire life, please?
This is probably an attempt to checkmate me, so to speak. So, while I play this little game, I need you to deal with any defenses the other sends our way until I turn the tables on them.
We'll wipe out any vermin that dares to attack you, Majesty. You can count on us. You heard the Emperor. Protect him at all costs.
I mean, this would be the perfect time to backstab him, I'm just saying. Unfortunately, I literally can't target him to do damage.
That didn't take long. Light him up.
No joy.
Watch your flank! They're coming in from all sides!
Exactly. Your white noise.
Presence to your last breath.
Failure is not an option! They're making another push! Fire at will!
Not good. Majesty, we're in trouble here. Hurry!
We may need to withdraw before...
No! Unacceptable! We will not withdraw!
Yeah, by the way, he does have actual magic. I wasn't being facetious earlier.
Listen up. I'm only going to say this once. I'm disappointed. Disappointed in all of you. I would expect Terran officers of your caliber to be capable of fending off a few combat drones. But sadly, that was not the case. Instead, I had to intervene and use some of my personal power to eliminate the threat. Power I could have used in the upcoming conflict with the other.
Now, contrary to everything else I've been saying, that was said basically perfectly. The aggravation and irritation and frustration there, that works. Because this is all just so stupid, and I don't care! This is your job! This is why you are here! Go deal with it! Why aren't you dealing with it? I have better things to do! Like, he said that so much better. And yeah, sorry, as Kira Whiteness just pointed out, his ship didn't have a super gun that froze the Federation's fleet earlier. He did.
If you do, it will be for the last time, Inquisitor. Nothing else matters but my conquest of the other. Do you understand? Not you, not Tilly, not the Empire. Nothing.
We will see this through to the end, Majesty. And your inevitable victory for the Empire.
word.
What? Make it quick, we don't have all day here.
I have concerns about the Emperor's state of mind. He seems erratic, unstable. If his condition deteriorates, our mission and the Empire itself will be in jeopardy.
You are dancing very close to treason here, Inquisitor. Because we need you to pull this mission off, I'm willing to ignore it. Once. But if I hear anything like that from you again, I'll drop you like a very bad habit. I won't let your weakness get in the way of my future. So, are we clear?
Let's get moving. Find the next bridge control and activate it.
Don't keep the Emperor waiting, Inquisitor. You're in enough trouble as it is.
We're in the same boat, Captain. Don't forget that.
We'll see about that, won't we?
Probably not. Go. You know, if they actually gave me my actual kit, I could handle these drones just fine. I'm just saying. You know, instead I have a phaser and an agony noose thing. What is this even called? Chains of Agony and Agonizer Brain Scramble. So yeah, I have a ranged Agonizer and a gun. So, can I have my portal to the sun, please? That would be nice.
See what the other has in store for us here.
Don't bother. I've already run a scan. I'm reading a dangerous buildup in the island's plasma injector systems. This looks intentional. The other's about to turn the island into a plasma oven in a desperate attempt to slow us down. There are a number of heat dissipators on the island. I believe the other will trigger them to flood the area with intense heat and roast us alive. Damaging the dissipator units will engage automatic safety protocols and force them to retract. Once we've done that, to all of them, the island will enter a cooldown cycle and we can advance.
Okay.
Okay, let's do this. And do it quickly. I'd rather not get burned alive, if you don't mind.
It might be worth it to let it happen just to watch you burn alive, Tilly.
It wouldn't be a party without the drones.
So there's your area denial for the mission. I would put this as harder than Tor. So, second easiest I've ever played. With Tor being at the bottom. Not counting the old MMOs, which honestly I'm not even going to count. Oh jeez, oh jeez, don't... Ah! Yeah, what you're seeing right now is actually pretty close to normal gameplay. Gun, couple of abilities. What you see me doing, that's carefully designed to mulch through things as fast as possible. It's fun doing that, I will admit, and I do like being ridiculously overpowered, and it was also fun building all of that ridiculously overpowered setup. But that's not really super indicative unless you seek it out.
Okay, let's not do anything remotely like this again. Ever.
Or not.
Enough banter. You're working.
Stop bantering. Ugh, get on with it.
We're close now. It won't be long before this journey ends, and the dawn of a new age begins.
A new, glorious age for you, Majesty. And for the Empire.
Yes, for the Empire.
Why the long face, Inquisitor? Our stars are on the rise here.
You're delusional. There's only one star here, and it's about to go nobody.
Like, honestly, you did hear him flat out say that nothing matters, including us and the entire Empire, right? Like, you heard that?
Looks like the last island up there. End of the line.
It depends on what you've already seen, Favren. I actually have pre-built responses to how do I start Star Trek, but it depends on what you've already been exposed to, which I don't know. Oh my god, these frickin' pillars. Oh my god, these frickin' pillars. I would consider FF9 a good game, yes. Don't listen to Blatable. Don't listen. Don't listen! Okay, we're good. Holy crap, Yura. And you gave up immediately, of course. Yeah, the short answer is start with TNG Season 3 and see if you like that. But that assumes you've never seen Star Trek before. Why can't I refine? That's the second time it stalled the game when I tried to refine. That's really strange. Whatever. So, look familiar? They put some effort into this. I'll give them that. Okay, I gotta write this down really quick. Correct, Ross.
And here it is. The machine within the god. Conqueror 6.
Yep.
Sent from Terra long ago.
Instead of Voyager.
To seek out new worlds. Worlds ripe for conquest.
TASA, by the way, instead of NASA.
Now, thanks to me, it will fulfill its purpose at last.
After all we've seen, you honestly believe this is the right call?
Do I think I chose the winning team? Absolutely! Though, I am beginning to wonder whose side you're on.
Well, what do we have here? You do realize that if Crusher pulls this off, we're all done for, right? I'm thinking we don't give him the chance.
We? There is no we here. Just a traitor surrounded by loyal Terrans. Do the math, idiot. You're outnumbered and outgunned. It's over.
Is it now? I'm not so sure about that. See, there's a new goddess in town. Bow down! Or be destroyed.
So, some people were kind of thrown by this, but this is actually part of her original arc, where she merged with a Pa Wraith. So, she's merged with the Pa Wraith. Fire-based powers, we're walking. Yeah, that was the old friend referenced in the previous cutscene.
Crusher doesn't care about anything but himself. The Empire is just a means to an end. For him and
Could you stop blasting me with plasma, please?
She's vulnerable. Now's our chance. Traitor! I'm trying to save the Empire. Help me! Or get out.
her shield! Look out!
Notice that this is another boss where their gimmick is that you have to kill the ads and then that breaks your shields. I'm pretty sure they don't have another boss design in this game at this point.
Lead the Empire's glory!
It'll be an empire of one.
You're going to pay for your betrayal! Next year's blaster! She's raised her shield again!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm picturing a quest in STO.
You know we need to stop him.
If that's true, could you please stop burning me to death? Anyways. Yes, and I failed miserably, Yura. I gave up on it eventually. I'm just picturing like a build the barn mission, and you have to defend against the wave after wave of hungry, I don't know, beavers who are desperately trying to eat the lumber that you're using to build the barn, and so you have to hold the line against the beavers, and could you please stop doing that?
She's vulnerable! Now's our chance! You can't break her shield! Look out!
Wait! Come back! We can still win!
Nope, I'm out.
Uh-oh. Lose your mojo there, princess? Looks like there's only one god left around here. And honey, it ain't you. I'm really gonna enjoy this.
He's going to destroy everything, Inquisitor!
Speaking of.
See? That's going to happen to all of us! You know I'm right!
I think we've heard just about enough out of you, bitch!
This takes way too long.
I feel the same way. Just about you.
Oh! You.
So, Tilly's dead. Finally.
Surprised you waited this long to take it.
Better late than never, eh?
Okay, now what?
I have an idea. It's a long shot, but it could work. I'll be in touch, assuming you survive this. Defiant, one to beam up.
Yeah, you probably want to run.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. Lead it to Enterprise. Get me the hell out of here.
The Terran reinforcements are about to arrive. We'll need to deal with them as fast as possible if we're going to have a shot at helping Ilea reach out to the other.
Yeah, about that.
Something is wrong. There is an unusual energy surge at the center of the other. A confluence of great power is happening.
Listen, that's not really relevant, okay, Ilea? We need to deal with the here and now. Now, let's go kill our alternate dimension selves from another parallel reality where everyone's evil. God. We need to attend to reality.
Here they come. All ships, battle stations.
Okay, the invincible God King's off of it, so we can just kill it now.
Right fire on the Acheron!
Reading forward, Terran reinforcements arriving. Weapons hot.
Emperor Crusher on the scimitar. That sounds awful. She's still recovering in my bedchamber, Gum Gum.
Ilea, what is it?
The other has merged with the Emperor. We must leave, Captain. We must leave. Now.
Enterprise to fleet. Initiate emergency transit.
Yeah, I do like that visual of the other going red. Conqueror. Hang on, so if Voyager turned into V'ger, wouldn't it be Kurr? Conqueror? No, yeah, that's right. Seeker? I don't know. Oh, get it? Seeker? Oh my god.
We made it back. Barely. Most of us, anyway.
We must mourn the loss of all those nameless people.
You're right. I have a feeling this fight is just beginning. We're going to need every second to get ready for round 2. I'd like to go over this more on the Enterprise. Please beam over as soon as you can.
Can't we just chat here?
I was able to sense conflict within the other. A struggle for control, for dominance.
So the Emperor isn't in control.
Not yet. But despite their great power, the other is still a child in many ways. They may not be able to resist the Emperor for long. As long as neither one of them gets total control, we will still have a chance to disrupt the merging. We may then succeed where we failed today.
Okay, cool. Why? Question. Why is Seeker a child considering they're literally centuries old? You know what? Never mind. I don't even care. Yes, but that was centuries. Well, I think a century ago, as of now. Something like that. So it's like 75, and then 800. It's like 95 years ago, something like that.
I really thought I had them. But the Paraith, it abandoned me. What's worse, just before I felt its presence leave me, I sensed fear in its mind. Fear of the Emperor and what he's become.
I'm just saying, if V'ger was a child a century ago, then surely it's not a child now. Right? It's been a century, right? That's a long time. Let me tell you about this thing. So centuries are long periods of time, right?
I didn't think so either until today. If something that powerful is afraid of the Emperor and the other, well, can't say I like our chances. We might not make it out of this one. This might be the end of days for us all.
Cool. I'm glad you lost your paw wraith, though. That's the second time I've had to kill you out of that thing. Or kill that thing out of you, depending on how you think of that. And both boss fights suck.
Easy for you to say. You weren't there. Even the Inquisitor was rattled. Might have been why she let me go. Figured the apocalypse was an all-hands-on-deck situation, and anyone willing to stand against the enemy was worth saving. Speaking of, she's up to something. Some sort of long-shot plan that might help against Crusher. I'll let you know when I hear more.
Okay.
One thing your mirror self is good at is eliminating problems. If they have something, well, gives me something to look forward to in the face of multiversal Armageddon. Anyway, I don't expect we'll have to wait long for our marching orders. When the time comes, I'll be ready.
Okay. Captain?
I've received word from Starfleet Command. Every ship in the fleet is on alert. It's the same story throughout the Alliance as well. At this point, the Admiralty believes it's not a matter of if the Emperor will attack us, but when.
So where do you think he'll strike?
Tactical analysis teams are running simulations as we speak, based on every bit of intel we have. He has a keen military mind. I figure he'll start with our major star bases, shipyards, fleet supply stations. Anything vital to mounting a defense in key sectors.
And then?
At that point, there won't be much to stop him from eliminating the capital worlds. Being a Terran, I suspect he'll start with Earth. From there, he'll take out inhabited planets one by one, in all 4 quadrants, until there's nothing left. It'll be a state of galactic genocide.
So it's the fate of the galaxy, then. Cool. Is there anything you could have done to make me less invested in that? Like maybe, I don't know, like help me out. Like let's workshop this. How do we make this even less interesting? I guess it could have been the entire multiverse. That's something we could have reached into.
As I said, the conflict between the Emperor and the other is not over. They are not of one mind.
Okay.
Yes, but if they are fully merged, they will only be vulnerable to a tremendous level of power. Power even a massive Starfleet cannot generate. I know of only one source of power strong enough to stand against them if that happens. Correct. I will go to V'ger and seek their assistance in this conflict, but they are far from here. It will take time.
You're right, though. The one thing that could make this worse is that the only thing that could stop the Emperor is the Sister of T'Kuvma. Do you think the Sister of T'Kuvma can join us in this fight, Ilya?
V'ger is a logical being. I believe it will realize the danger posed by the power of our enemies. A power that grows in strength with each passing moment. Such a power, driven by cruelty, cannot be unleashed. It would be the end of all things, even V'ger.
I hope the Sister of T'Kuvma hears you, Ilya. We need her at our side.
And so it begins. It's time to deal with this pale reflection. Time to shatter the mirror.
Okay.
The loss of Pavo is devastating, and could be the first of many tragedies ahead. Every system throughout the Alliance is at a state of emergency. Top personnel are assembling to prepare a last-ditch defensive effort against the Emperor. From what we can tell, he's toying with us, heading toward his final destination, ignoring any forces that try to stand in his way. Slowly but surely, he's making his way to Earth. That's where we'll make our stand, and we won't be fighting alone. Make your way to the Sol system as soon as you're able. Quinn, out.
Okay, so we'll do that in a second, because first, it's time to do a TFO. Let's see, we'll grab Bregman, and Flagand, and that's it. No one else. Maybe. It's a dungeon, J. Palmer. Honestly, yeah, Blade Duval. Like, we gotta stop the evil Emperor from destroying the entirety of all reality. It's like, yeah, okay, sure. Hang on. Bonk. Oh no, Bregman might be eating dinner. Or making dinner. To then eat. Make eat. What's funny is this did come out pretty far after the Tor expansion in question. By several years, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they did not do that, though. I'm pretty sure this is just them trying to up the stakes. Because you're probably thinking, hang on, you can't do a big up the stakes mission right after another one. And you're right, because the previous one was much more smaller scale. It was just the Klingon Civil War. So, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. So now we have to have stakes that's the entire universe and multiverse and all the galaxy, and everyone's going to die forever. It's okay, the next story after this is about the alternate Borg, who are going to destroy the entire universe. And anyways, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Is this it? Okay, so Flygand apparently turned off. Which one are you? This is Flygand, I think. Maybe. Yeah, we have to up the stakes. It's very important. We have to assimilate all multiverses forever and ever. Well, you're not on Warp Core, so by definition, no, you cannot come. You have to be logged in order to join. Like, I know that's strange. You have to actually be playing the game. Whoops. In order to be able to play the game. Okay. Hey, there we go. We're doing the best quest ever. Whoa, 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 whoa. Just the best, the greatest quest ever. Hyperspace is so much faster than warp speed that it's hard to put it into simple numbers. And that's ignoring, you know, the obvious. Okay, so. Sure, definitely Warp Core. Absolutely. Uh-huh. Yeah. Guys, I think Warp Core's losing it because I have no idea what he's talking about. Alright, so. We are doing, I think it's Leviathan? Yes. Yes, this is the one we're doing. I mean, what TFO? You keep insisting that there's other TFOs. What TFOs are there? Other than the event stuff, which obviously we're not doing event stuff because we never do event stuff. They do not, Spartan. I haven't leveled kind of ever. Every now and again, they'll do a special you can go level event, but that's about it. I mean, closer to like a month, maybe a week Blade interval. But either way, yeah, it would have been a non-issue. Oh no, we're in the Delta Quadrant. Okay. Set a course for home. Not really, no, J. Palmer. Yeah, like you can do the recruit thing. That's what they call it. Like there's like a Delta recruit, Gamma recruit, etc. So we did do Birdcage. No, we didn't do Birdcage because we can't do Birdcage yet for obvious reasons. So we're doing Birdcage next. What the hell's Storm Chaser? Did we already do Storm Chasers? No. Because we're about to do... I should just keep my... Hang on. Whatever, let's just do all three of them. Whatever. These are going to be ground, too, so that sucks. Good news is we can do this with our actual kits. This will be nice. So yeah, we're doing Storm Chasers, Birdcage, and Leviathan are the three that we have to do for this. I have to double check, because I'm pretty sure Resistance of Starbase 1 is not actually new, and therefore not worth doing. We do have to do Guillotine. We'll be doing that later. If Storm Chaser is the one I think it is, then yes. If it's not, then no. I don't remember... So Leviathan is space, so we're going to be doing that instead of Storm Chaser. That makes sense. So yeah, I have done this. If this is the one I think it is, then I have done this.
The other is locked in a struggle for control with the Terran Emperor. A struggle it is losing. While they are moving closer to the Sol system every day, we may be able to delay them. I will work with you here to disrupt their operations at several key points.
Okay.
There are 6 islands surrounding this one. I will activate islands and expose their weak spots. Go to those islands and disrupt their operations as soon as possible.
Is there anything we should watch out for?
Yes. The other will mobilize a powerful Guardian unit in response to system disruption. It will attempt to stop me when that happens. Neutralize it as soon as possible.
How do we disrupt them, though?
Each island has one of 3 methods of disruption. Which islands would you like to learn about?
Nah, I'm good, thanks. Oh no, I can't move. I can't move. Help! 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 Yeah, no, that's what I thought, Warp Core. So that would mean we've got this, Birdcage. Actually, no, we're going to do this and then Leviathan right after this. I guess we could do Birdcage. I was going to save Birdcage until after Fujiwara effect, but I guess we have to do it first. So Birdcage, then Fujiwara, and then we'll do the first Borg quest, then we'll do Guillotine, and that should be it. Unless I'm missing something. Now... I will admit I was using the in-game TFO browser and the wiki to make sure of that, because I need to give another gameplay negative to this game. See... Yeah, I don't see the robot army. Sorry. I'll see it soon. Don't worry. You know how we were complaining about in WoW, and also arguably in FF14, but mostly in WoW, about how hard it is to even find the content that's there? And that's worthwhile.
Counterattack has begun. Prepare for combat.
Well, unless you happened to have, you know, been in... Oh my god, look at all those robots. Unless you happened to have been playing STO when it was live and remember the names of the TFOs, good luck figuring out which ones happen when and where. There's apparently 2 wikis now. That's interesting. I'm gonna be real in that I didn't know that. Doesn't surprise me, though. WoW has 2 wikis, and actually 3, but 2 major wikis now as well. One of them's crap, and literally not being updated. And we just lost Bragwin. So that's cool. Now, let me open a portal to the sun real quick. Yeah, that's why the WoW wiki. has its own separate wiki now, too. Fandom really is trash. Like, they've always been bad, but they've gotten so bad lately. Appreciate it, work for it. Not that it matters much at this point, but I do still appreciate it. By the way, fresh reminder, if you want WoW information, do not go to Wowpedia. That's old and no longer being kept up to date. You literally want something called WoWWiki. If you go to Wowpedia, right on the front page, it'll say, we're abandoning this site and we're going to WoWWiki instead. Yeah, screw fandom. Fandom uses AI and absolutely spams every square inch of every page with crap, and likes to drain your bandwidth by pushing streams in the background without actually letting you see them, to try and boost numbers in order to sell that. And that's only 3 things that fandom does that's terrible. Yeah, fun fact, if you go to Google something like WoWWiki or just like a WoW information thing, Google still defaults to the fandom site.
That should suffice. Move on to the next task.
Okay, that was quicker, easier, and funner.
The Guardian has
It's funny what having your actual kit will do for you.
assistance.
Enemy targets on sensor.
Yep. I do love me this staff.
The other is creating a new Guardian. I am locked out again. You must get its attention once more. A data port is open on Island Alpha. Hack it to take data from the other.
So this staff is actually a low-buy weapon. It is, I believe, the only low-buy purchase I have ever made. That's it, GG. That's the good Warcraft review. While we're talking about random little tips, if you go for a search engine, like if you're doing an image search, and after whatever you're searching, type before : 2022, you will get no AI-generated stuff in your image search. One word, before : 2022. Pro tip / plug there. I use that constantly because I do image searches constantly because it's a huge part of my job. I'm always looking up images, and getting stuff that isn't AI generated is kind of helpful.
The drone has been destroyed. Its data did not reach the other.
Run, damn you.
Another Guardian has arrived.
Yes, Warp Core. But mostly I mean stuff like getting images for logos for games, trying to figure out backdrops for certain stuff I'm building, getting sprite images, things like that. Damn it.
Its attention. The drone has been destroyed. Its data did not reach the other.
I'm dramatically hitting the staircase.
That information.
Oh god, who has the freaking macro virus? Hands up, who has the macro virus?
Islands Epsilon, Zeta, and Alpha.
That's for an episode. They really do like their audio spam, don't they?
Move on to the next task.
No, Brigwin. I like the sound of my death stick, but I don't care for most of the rest of the audio.
With the third guardian. The drone has been destroyed.
Wait, Zero is von Falkenstein? Oh, whatever. I don't know who anybody is, okay? Don't look at me. Hit a couple of buttons.
The Emperor is aware of our presence. He is mobilizing a security force we will not be able to defeat. We must withdraw. We have bought precious time for our allies, however. Their defense efforts will be stronger as a result.
We did it! A little better than Jupiter Uratus. Yeah, I know it's not how to pronounce. No, I don't care. Okay, so we're going to jump immediately into another one here. Oh, I lost someone. Who did I lose? Oh, I lost Brigwin. No, Brigwin. That was way more fun than the story version. Yeah, that was just much better. My God. Speaking of which, what was the name of that mission? Real quick, I need to jot down my notes here. Eye of the Storm. That was it. Okay, hang on. We lost Flygand. No. Which one is Flygand? It's not that, and not that, so it has to be you, by definition. My first whisper in a long time. Okay, hang on. There we go. Maybe. Hey! And a friend invite tossed. If you care. You don't have to. No space emotes allowed. No fun! Nice Excelsior, by the way. If I'm not mistaken... Okay, that's not the Excelsior I was going to get. There was an Excelsior I was eyeballing buying back when, you know, I was still invested in this game. That's up to them, Warpcore, not me. Sorry. I didn't answer you earlier. Yeah, I want the legendary one. Oh, that is the legendary one. Well, it doesn't look like the one I want. Or maybe you just have a different skin on? I don't know. Hang on. The one I wanted could only be bought in a bundle, which is part of the issue. And yeah, all of them are in chat, but they have to answer you, Warpcore, not me. I can't do it. Was this it? No. Oh God, which is the one? What's funny is I only really wanted it because it looked cool. Which is why I get most ships, honestly. I love these ships, too. I always wanted to pick those up because they look cool. Looking cool is important, okay? Oh God, it might not even be available. It might be one of those timed things. I'm not seeing it. This is all real money stuff. There it is. That is the one. That thing right there. I wanted that Excelsior right there. Which I'm pretty sure is not the one you have skinned right now on that thing. It might actually be that ship, but it's not the same skin. And I wanted the skin, damn it. It just looks cool. Is that so wrong? Wanting to look cool in a video game? I can't look cool in real life, okay? I gotta make do with what I got. Anyways, sorry. Moving on. So, let's go to... let me double check the name of this stupid mission. Birdcage. Another ground mission. Oh god, fireworks! Run! Run! Yeah, no, it's about $200 to buy that, which is why I never did. By the time that came out, and it was in my range, I was like, you know, maybe not. Alright, who hasn't hit yes? Because someone hasn't hit yes. Or are we loading? No, we're just okay, maybe we're loading? Come on, game. Feedback. Do you have it? More powerful isn't... It's not that linear, J. Palmer. Generally speaking, most of the really good stuff you don't actually get from ships
Located a high priority target
directly.
Dr. Beverly Crusher of the Terran Empire.
Really?
Yes, she is the mother of the Terran Emperor, and also has critical information that can allow us to defeat him. As a result, this operation has been sanctioned by all participating parties. We'll make our way to the op station within general population. From there, we can access their prisoner database and find out where her cell is. Once we have located Dr. Crusher, we will exfiltrate her back to the runabout and make our escape.
This is DeSoto. We're on a covert comm link, so act natural. Our intel says there's several Coalition prisoners in that facility. Release them if you can. Also, there are extensive R&D labs on site. Extract any valuable data from those if you get the chance. We may not get another opportunity like this. DeSoto out.
Robot army. Commence.
Inquisitor.
We've been named. Time to go in loud.
Well, lasted 7 seconds.
Alert Warden Singh.
The doors will be locked throughout the prison.
Did you hear the name of the person who's the warden, by the way?
We're in, and we've got a welcoming committee.
It's here for the cover. Risk. Wake Gemini Squad and have them meet me in my lab.
The door
Singh, as in Khan Noonien Singh. Now, it's not Khan, obviously, but he's a character in STO who is one of the descendants of Khan, who is here as a prisoner in the Prime Universe.
This door will take us to Ward C, general population. Watch out! They're beaming in exocomps!
Ugh, exocomps. Who uses robots to do their fighting for them, honestly?
Once we get this door open, get ready for a fight. upper levels. Target the force field controls to drop the field.
Real people use stars to do their damage for them. Thank you very much. And alternate versions of themselves. And themselves from the future. Look, I got a lot of things to work with. Sith lightning is totally cool. No issues there. What I should do.
There's the main force field.
This here.
Use them to turn off the fields for the control center. They lock us out from above. We need to get knock out power to this wall at that constant. Computers will switch over to us.
I don't know about possession, but I do like ripping people's souls out.
Nothing like a little prison light to distract the guards. Let's get upstairs to the command center.
Let me rip this guy's soul out really quick here. There we go.
This is the warden. Terrorists have released the prisoners in Dinpop. All available units respond immediately.
Evo understands when you really absolutely need to kill your enemy, robots are not the way to go. I'm just saying. I could turn them into cats too, but I like ripping out their souls a little bit better. So for those of you not aware, I'm not actually kidding. I have the Ophidian cane. It's actually a very old thing. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but it does debuff. It does heal you, and it looks funny. It's also a stun. And I hold on to it pretty much just for nostalgia's sake, because I like ripping people's souls out in Star Trek.
I need you to cover me.
Hold the line.
I need you ready to override any lockout security throws my way.
No, J. Palmer. Well, there are a couple of ships which make cameos in Star Trek shows. That's it, though.
Good job. I'm back in.
Correct, J. Palmer. Nor the Iconian Wars, nor is any of this stuff, really. Everything in STO is completely contradicted by Picard, the whole show, and Discovery Season 3 and onwards. Takuvma is canon. The sister of Takuvma, not so much.
That did it. Almost there.
There's your Sith lightning that was being referenced earlier. I would say Takuvma is in fact a bad character. He's the Hitler version of he's the Klingon Hitler. That's not even exaggerative. He is this huge purity supremacist, religious zealot, genocidal psychopath.
They might be onto us. Be prepared for anything.
It's one of the reasons it irritated me so much that everyone in STO would talk up Ja'ula by saying, oh, she must be cool, she's the sister of Takuvma. That's why I constantly call it that, because it's an insult. And yet, you know, they're all like, hey, it makes him so great. Pretty much, Lord Harriman. It's doing its own thing. It has acknowledged New Trek, but kind of not really. It's mostly just a continuation of modern Trek and the original stuff. I hope y'all are having fun here, by the way. I am, for what it's worth.
Use those controls and extend the bridge.
Obey any and all commands from guards. Disobedience is rewarded.
Oh, there's so many guards in this place. Jeez Louise. Also, doesn't a Terran prison just sound like a contradiction in terms? Like, is that just me? Given how backstabby and Sithy that these people are, how could anyone ever actually maintain a functional prison, you know? I didn't do it on purpose, Lord Harrimont, to answer you directly. I think that's just a consequence of being the height that I am. Be free. Be free? Be free. There you go.
For your safety and the safety of others, please remain in your cell.
That's her cell. Let's get it open and get her out of here. Dr. Crusher, let's go.
Yes, come with me, Dr. Crusher.
Inquisitor. Been a while since you hauled me out to this hellhole. I presume you're here to do my son's dirty work for him again. Did he finally decide to sign my death warrant?
Actually, we're here to rescue you.
Ah, you're not just here for me then. You need my research project. Fair enough. Unfortunately, all of my work is held in a secure database under the Warden's watchful eye. We'll need to extract it, preferably over the meter data storage in Ward E. I'll do the rest.
I'm almost positive it is Gates McFadden.
Yes, I need that data. It's worth the risk.
Yes, it's my one true love.
Let's get the doctor to her
Wait, is Gates McFadden Canadian?
Have a change of heart, Inquisitor? It's not like you to commit treason.
Emperors change, but my loyalty to the Empire does not.
Aw, I mean, yay! I was just gonna turn it into a joke anyways.
All hands report to your station.
More exocomps beaming in!
Yeah, you gotta have a bouncing cat, very important. Give it a year, Bregman. That election's coming up pretty soon in Canada. Later this month. Yeah, this is exactly what I see anytime I see a Star Trek episode. Robot death. And ripping people's souls out. Don't ever stop reminding people exist because you can just rip people's souls out. If anything would live long enough for me to do it, it's kind of a slow attack.
There's the main database console. Inquisitor, you're with me.
Clear the room and watch the snipers. Let's make this important.
Extend the bridges to the data storage rooms. I'll call out where the data fragments are. Once you acquire it, bring it back to me.
I especially remember seeing the lightsaber Targ. You remember the lightsaber Targ? Those are great. There's actually a lightsaber batleth in this game too.
Data vault 4, go! Data vault 5.
If you say Starfield, Ross, I'm gonna be a little sad. You know, knowing Gene Roddenberry, I could see him doing a thing about ripping people's souls out. Like, I could see that being a thing.
You've collected a data fragment. Bring it back to me.
Have to?
My guess is the Terrans would have preferred to keep this buried.
Riders will be shot on sight.
Actually, no, I have not worked with. This one's new to me. I believe this is the last of the new ones to me.
First data set.
Pretty sure.
Here's the second set. Hit Data Vault 3. Data Vault 4, go! Data Vault 2, now!
It's okay, Non-Visitor will go down in history as one of the only 3 good voice actors in all of Starfield. Sorry, 4. 4.
You've collected a data fragment. Bring it back to me.
Yeah, when we do the quest where she just kind of suddenly shows up. Yeah, I was a little surprised by that. Starfield has Bajorans and Vulcans. Who would I like to voice act as? Kefka. But other than that,
Second data set complete. Here's the last event.
Adoring Fans, one of the 4.
Data Vault 3.
I had to remind myself about it.
Data Vault 4, go! Data Vault 5.
I don't think I could do a good Star Swirl voice. I don't know. Unless you mean you, Ross. But I don't know what you sound like because you refused to voice act for me. Shame.
You've collected a data fragment. Bring it back to me.
I don't do Goblin. Goblin, no me. Me. No. No. You Goblin. Me no Goblin. See, you say that, Ross, but I hear that a lot. I mean, Bragwin tells me that all the time, and then she voiced Braun really, really well. Like, she is the voice of Braun as far as I'm concerned now.
Data fragments received and assembled. It's all ours.
You
It
heard
should
me, Doctor.
be.
We're done here. Let's go.
One last thing, and done!
What have you done?
Why, Warden's sake, we cross.
I left a parting gift for my gracious host.
No, my research, the backups, all gone. Mother of the Emperor or not, I'll kill you for this.
Was pissing off the Warden really necessary, Doctor?
Yes.
I see. He does have a certain notoriety, even for a Terran.
He's a monster. Destroying his work is the least of it.
You know, a Terran calling another Terran a monster is certainly a thing. Ask me again after the next mission we're about to do, Jake Palmer. Okay, Ross. I didn't know you had a deep voice, but I'm with it. I'm with it. Probably been one-eyed. Who knows specifically, though. Unless he says, in which case, we'll know. Well, I was going to kill them all with my special abilities. And then everyone else killed them all with their special abilities. Sense.
Not so fast, terrorists! You won't get away that easy. Jackson, Dawson, report!
Jack's here.
This is Johnson. This is your final test, men. Kill. Kill them all!
I'll knock you down.
Nah, it's fine, Warp Core. No, I don't want to stain my mouth. You're right. That's me, then what I... Yeah, this is exactly what I see anytime I watch Voyager. I wonder if this is what Berman would have wanted with those generic action sequences he always does. Just random thought.
I was just about working my last breath. But Emily can be very persuasive. She made the right call. This operation would have failed without you. Now that Dr. Crusher and Project Data are in our hands, we might have a fighting chance against the Emperor and his monster. I'll take those odds.
I had concerns about working with you, but Admiral Lita... I had concerns...
Yep. A Vulcan walking up with killing people with hot pink lightning and lightsaber targs. Yes. Actually, yes, the Trek lore runny has mentioned something about Voyager running out of torpedoes and shuttles. Okay, now let me double check something. So we did Birdcage. That one's... Oh, right, we're supposed to do Leviathan now. So let's do Leviathan now. Like, that's a... I don't even know, Evo. It's a lot. Leviathan. There it is. Oh, yeah, it's an insane amount of... Just an absolutely insane amount of races that you can play. Yeah, we're finally doing a space mission. Voyager, a lot of people bash Voyager, and I don't blame them for that, but I do consider it to be unfair overall. The biggest problem Voyager has is Rick Berman, and the fact that Rick Berman was just staring at that show. And so it was limited in what it was allowed to do, which is a damn shame because it comes extremely close to being absolutely amazing a lot. And it still manages to be very good often. Yeah, Voyager with continuity, with proper continuity, would have immediately and instantaneously elevated the show. And you do kind of have to just sort of eject the first 2 seasons of Voyager, just like you do most Trek shows, DS9, TNG, Enterprise. Would I rather have a great Voyager or a great DS9? That's a fascinating question. What would I rather have? A really great Star Trek political war show or a really great Star Trek, survivalist show? Because those are both very engaging. Anyways.
You will participate in a training simulation designed to test your battle readiness against a cosmic-level threat. In this case, the entity known as the Other. There will be 3 attack lanes to follow along the enemy's exterior. Each lane has the following tactical objectives. First, you will destroy the enemy's engine nodules. After that, you will disable a series of plasma accelerators. Following that, you will deactivate and destroy an array of shield nodules. When you have succeeded there, you will engage and defeat the enemies known as compilers. Go now, and fight with honor. Kapla!
The Trek lore run is private, Chill Pangolin, so there is no viewing it. Sorry.
Enemy dreadnought on escape vector in the left lane. You are approaching the engine nodules. Destroy them all.
You heard the man. I feel like I've done this mission. Sorry, I don't mean it like that, Chill Pangolin. What I mean is it's literally an in-person thing between me and one other person, which is why we keep calling it the Trek lore run E.
Keep fighting.
Because, you know, I'm not streaming it, I'm not recording it. It's just, hey, let's sit down and watch Trek. I'm trying not to judge DS9 too much because we haven't gotten there yet. I look forward to seeing how it reviews, though. Several minutes of ranting about how stupid it was, J. Palmer.
One of your allies has escaped the country.
Voyager Season 1 is strange, and going back through it with the lore run helps to codify a little bit why it's as good as it is. It's because almost all of the Voyager Season 1 stuff that was supposed to exist actually went into Voyager Season 2. If you've seen the rating for Voyager Season 2, that probably makes a lot of sense.
An Alliance vessel has successfully escaped. All of the engine nodules in the center lane have been destroyed. Well done.
I believe we're on Season 5 right now, Wolford. We just finished the fight. And then we quit the show and decided to switch shows for a bit. Their choice, not mine. Well, that's because we haven't even started his 9 Alchemist. Is the fight that bad? Yes. Imagine an episode that's trying to be a big, deep, character study about identity, personal fears, and dementia, losing your mind. Except it's the Donkey Kong Country show.
Vector in the left lane. The engine nodules have been eliminated. Proceed to the next objective.
And also, it ruins the entire plot. So, to be very clear about this, they don't actually reveal the big plot twist of the episode until about 3/4 of the way through the episode. And also, 15 seconds in. Not a joke. It's right at the beginning. It's in the cold open. And then also immediately after the cold open as well. Quinn? Yeah, of course I would. If I'm going to allow a human to commit suicide, I'm sure as hell going to allow a Q to commit suicide. Come on. Is Chakotay the worst main character of the 3 shows so far? Let me think about that. I'm going to go with yes. I think Chakotay actually is the worst of the principal cast of the 4 shows we've covered so far.
% of the right lane plasma accelerators remain functional. Disable the rest. half of the plasma
That did 1,000,000 damage to me.
have been disabled.
But yes, Chakotay is consistently awful. Ignore the fight, which I just mentioned. Chakotay is never good, and his actor is never good. We actually paused and went through a couple of scenes, and I actually put myself into the moment for a second and tried to voice Chakotay's lines as if they were being said by Jonathan Frakes as Riker. And it's shocking how much better the lines got almost immediately. Just by having an actor who gives a damn do them. Yeah, Beltran can go to hell. That's unrelated. But Beltran can go to hell. I'm not holding that against Chakotay. That's division.
A Terran dreadnought has been destroyed. Kapla! An Alliance vessel has successfully escaped.
Yeah, Jennifer Lean had actual legitimate mental health issues, which we didn't find out about until, like, shockingly recently. I think Enterprise has the most episodes involving time travel, but Voyager has the most episodes where they actually travel through time. I know that's a strange distinction to make, but you know what I mean, right? Like, Daniel showing up and being like, hey, isn't really the crew traveling through time, whereas Voyager going to the 1990s is traveling through time. Oh yeah, I wasn't thinking about Archer, you're right. So in that case, yeah, I take it... Whoa! 1,000,000 damage. I take it back. Archer is worse than Chakotay. So we got Archer at the #1 slot. And then Chakotay.
Accelerators in the left lane have
After that, I'd have to think about who the number... Let's think of a 5. So let's think of our top 5 worst principal cast. Not counting DS9, because that's separate. So, I'm not sure anyone on TNG really qualifies in general.
all plasma accelerators in
Because
the right lane.
they're all kind of cool. Voyager has... I don't think I'm gonna hold Kess up there. But yeah, so we've got Archer, we've got Chakotay. We've got... Hoshi. Travis. See, I don't put Neelix up there because I'm taking into account the whole show, right? T'Polla's my favorite character on Enterprise. They count as principal cast for the same reason Chekhov does, Ross. Speaking of which, none of the TOS crew have any real issues either, so no judgment there. And if we're counting Wesley, which I wasn't going to, it's worth noting.
Plasma accelerators have been
Is that everything?
disabled. There is a Terran dreadnought escaping in the center lane. All plasma accelerators are down. Well done. An Alliance vessel has successfully escaped. One of your allies has escaped successfully.
Yeah, Neelix certainly has bad. I'm not trying to diminish that. But I mean, so does Picard, you know what I mean?
An Alliance vessel has successfully escaped. The cycles ahead are field generators. Disable their shielding and destroy them.
I mean, a lot of people tend to forget that Data is legitimately awful, pretty much up until Measure of a Man.
An Alliance vessel has successfully escaped.
This thing is huge. Look at this thing.
One of your allies has escaped successfully. 150 Terran vessels have fallen to you in battle.
Yeah, it's actually funny. Part of the reason the original series movies 2 through 6 are so good is because Gene was shoved off the crew and told not to touch, and then Gene himself swore off TOS when he was making TNG. So he never messed with it that way either. He tried to legally block the release of Star Trek 6. Died before he could do that, though. Oh, sorry. The reason I'm considering DS9 separate is because, as part of the Trek lore run, we haven't done DS9 yet. And, well, as is always true, a lore run is much, much, much more in-depth and in detail than anything else. So I've been kind of holding off on opinions on stuff that we haven't covered yet. So no Enterprise Season 4, no Voyager Season 6 and 7, and no DS9 at all. That's also one of the reasons I could list Archer as such a terrible character, is because we haven't hit Enterprise Season 4 yet. You know, that's not true, Mr. Ed, but I'd like to think that it is. God was like, what are you doing?
The shield generators in the center lane have been destroyed.
Like, I can just picture the lightning bolt. We've actually already watched that one. Thank you, the kid from Bastion. I think. That feels like a thank you situation. I'm glad I am sufficiently boring as to be a sleep aid.
In the right name. The shield generators are destroyed. Proceed to the compilers ahead.
Much better than it really has any right to be, J. Palmer. It is shocking, going immediately from the last episode of Enterprise Season 3, which I can't remember the name of. I can never remember the name of it. To immediately to the other one. You know what? Hang on. Let me just pull up the episodes. I've got them right here. That's hilarious, Spartan. That's it. Stormfront is the two-parter. But, so, Enterprise Season 3, I have kind of a contentious opinion on, I think. Because a lot of people hold it up as, yes, that's the great one. And it's like, no. It had some really, really good episodes, and I think that's what people remember. Its name is Clang. Really. I have that ship. But, like, The Council is really, really good. Countdown is really, really good. And then 0 Hour was written by Rick Berman. And it really shows. Really, really, really shows. And 0 Hour is just kind of drivel. And then it ends on the bombshell of nonsense. And then it killed the franchise. But then Season 4 happened. And then we had Stormfront 1 and Stormfront 2. And those were both written, directed, produced, and like all of the behind-the-scenes stuff was done by the new team. And they're good episodes. It's bizarre. They have no right to be good episodes. The premise is nonsense. But out of absolutely nowhere, they just kind of are good episodes. It was shocking. Also, everyone else kind of wigged out by, you know, this thing. thing at the sphincter of this ship. I don't know what I'm looking at. And yes, these are TMP. These are all based off of TMP visuals, and I actually agree. You can't really knock those, weirdly enough. The reason this quest is, excuse me, this dungeon is called Leviathan. Anyways. Oh, geez, I don't know, Wenlock. I mean, the easiest way is to give him character that changes how he is presented. Like, first of all, make him less irritating teenager. And second of all, make him have some legitimate hesitance and uncertainty. Maybe lean into the expectation that's being placed upon him. Yeah, less, adults. And more, sir? Yeah, Wesley, what's wrong? Wesley, it's okay, you can talk to me. I just noticed insert extremely complicated thing here. You noticed what? I'm sorry. I noticed this thing over here. Oh! And then, you know, you could go and you could look and see, he was right. Like, lean into that idea of, you want him to be an uber genius, fine. Make him have some kind of personality on top of that isn't just brat. You know? It doesn't have to... I realize I'm just describing Barclay. Because that is Barclay. Reminder, Barclay is actually really smart. A lot of people tend to forget that. Dude knew his stuff very well. There's a reason why he was a senior engineer on the frickin' flagship of the fleet. And in almost every episode he's in, he figures stuff out pretty quickly. But it was the first thing that came to mind. Yeah, the problem with Wesley is that he only has one character trait, which is, I'm a genius. And it's like, okay. Okay, so... I'm going to stretch my neck briefly here. I'm also going to take a very brief pause. Don't worry, I'm not done yet. Because I want to at least get the next quest in, which I believe is the end of this arc. Yep. So we're going to do the next quest, but I'll be right back. So, next quest is called the Fujiwara Effect. So you can see where that's going. The Expanse or Judgment? Well, gee, J. Palmer. I have an easy answer for you. I'll just go ahead and pull up my handy-dandy spreadsheet. Look at Enterprise. Look at Season 2. Yeah, this is a regular mission. I'm going to leave group in a second. Looks like the Expanse got a green. And Judgment also got a green. Okay, so that's not as definitive as I was hoping. No, I need to leave group so that I don't screw things over.
I'm afraid I have bad news. Under the command of Emperor Crusher, the Other is approaching the Sol system, digitizing any vessels that dare to offer them challenge. We're calling in all available ships to form a defense here, including yours. If this is to be our last stand, I want our best and brightest on the line to meet the enemy in battle.
I guess Expanse, J. Palmer. Check it out. There's regular Lita. There she is. Whoop. Right next to Nog and Rum. We've actually got a bunch of people here. There's Martok. There's Kern, Worf, L'Rell, Ja'ula, negative automatically. Ja'ula is here. So negative for Ja'ula existing. Let's see, anyone over here? There's Bashir, who's also over here for some reason. There's a bunch of generics along with names, so I'm not sure who all is here. There's Obasek, Datan, Raisha Sahin, oh god, I don't remember how to pronounce his name. Kararek, I think? Something like that. In TO, oh, you mean NSTO. Actually, the Ferengi don't have much of a presence in STO. Go figure. Garrick should be here. He's actually relevant. There's Geordi down there, Sean. There's Tom. There's Harry. Tuvok. Burnham and Stamets? DeSoto's here. Ethan Burgess is here. Koran is here. Hagran, Rena, Kamarke, of course. Kurland here.
Good morning. I realize the risk you've all taken in being here to stand at our side in this dark hour. On behalf of Starfleet and the Federation, thank you. The interstellar entity known as the Other is approaching this system as we speak. Conventional methods of engagement have proven futile against the entity, but we have been able to limit the raiding conducted by the Terran fleets accompanying them. Under the guidance of the Terran Emperor, the Other will erase Earth from existence in a matter of hours. Once that happens, they will continue their reign of terror, eliminating the core worlds of every Alliance faction, and anyone else brave enough to stand against them. The time to act, to make a stand, is now. I realize the odds are against us here. We're facing an enemy with a power level unheard of.
The Iconians?
But there is still hope.
The Undine?
We have a plan.
The Borg.
A plan, Admiral? How do you intend to defeat a being of godlike power?
We have established contact with someone who knows the Emperor well.
The Q.
We believe they hold the key to victory in this conflict. We're ready. Energize.
So yeah, this was a reveal for me, seeing Crusher here.
Admiral Quinn is correct. I know the Emperor very well. After all, I am his mother. There have been concerns about my son in the Empire for some time. It was decided that a contingency plan was required. In case he ever lost control. That time has come. For years, I've been working on a means to disrupt his great powers. We need to strike before he is fully merged with that thing. Before he loses the last elements of his humanity. Before he is no longer my son.
Lady, I got news for you.
You look like a person with something on their mind. What can I do for you?
What possible benefit are you here?
Operation. Interesting choice of words. As a surgeon, I'd say that what we're about to do is very much like an operation on a very specific patient. Only in this case, if we're successful, we'll be saving our lives.
The patient being Wesley. I don't know why I'm saying this out loud. Apparently, I just had brain damage. I'm sorry.
That's right. I've developed a countermeasure to his abilities. It utilizes a variable phase shift delivery system. One that should evade any detection tech or personal defenses he might have in place. I'll deploy a cluster of nanotech into his nervous system. It's based on tech provided by our Marshal Janeway. I understand she acquired it from a rather advanced group of cyborgs in the Delta Quadrant. Based on my research, it'll disrupt the parts of Wesley's brain that allow him to use his powers. He'll be human again, and vulnerable to attack. But the countermeasure must be deployed at short range. We'll need to get to him at the core of the other to pull this off. Unfortunately, they have fortified their defense systems. Until we can safely breach those defenses and reach the core, this conversation is moot.
Yeah, reminder, the Borg could have just defeated the other. Just like that. Anyways. Believe it or not, no, Ross. It'll be pretty obvious, but in case it isn't, the finale of this episode is why I wanted you to keep Prodigy in mind.
You'd better work fast. My son might be taking his time getting here, but he won't take forever. If you don't have something by the time he arrives, well, I'm told the digitization process is quick and painless. A rather humane method of execution, all things considered.
Uh-huh. Jarok?
The Federation has stood with the Romulan people many times. When the homeworld was lost, they were there to help. When we found a new home, they were there as well. New Romulus has not forgotten. Today, we stand ready to honor our alliance and defend the Earth from this new menace.
Hold up. First of all, why are you building this up like this is some big super Omega final battle against, like, a galactic level threat? I'm sorry. This is a threat of the week. First of all, the Terrans, yeah. But second of all, V'ger? Really? I mean, evil V'ger, but still. No, come on. This is... Give me a break, okay? In fact, I'm going to give this a negative for this. I am. Because this is the exact same problem with the threat of the week. They try so hard to talk it up as this big, super Omega level threat, and then it's over, and it's done. Even... check this out. You know why the Iconians worked? Because it took all of this, half the story stuff in the entire game, to build up to it. And then even this was a triple, and then like the Gamma Quadrant thing was nice and long, and then even Ja'ula's arc, which was terrible, by the way, was a triple. This just showed up out of nowhere here. Yeah, this... Give me a break, guys. Like, no, it's going to be concluded here. Spoilers. It's going to be concluded here. Like, okay, I'm going to refer to the Iconian thing again, because the Iconian arc was great. I love the Iconian arc. And they have a scene like this where everyone's like, you know, it's been a long journey getting here, and blah, blah, blah. Like, they all act like it's the final battle, which makes sense, because we've been on that journey for forever, right? That was a long, well done, mostly well done, interesting and engaging build-up to a final battle. This is like, all right, those guys we met last week, we've got to go deal with them. We've got to go stop them, no matter the cost. Let's have like it's the frickin' scene at the end of Dragon Age Origins, right before you go to the final battle. Except it's just for an episode. It doesn't work. Sorry, I'm gonna shut up.
The Federation stood with the Empire over Kronos when the Undine sent their planet killer to destroy the homeworld. We fought at their side against the Iconians, and we will fight at their side against the other and the Terrans. It will be a glorious battle. Today is a good day to die.
And we're all dead, you can tell. How about the Dominion? Did the Dominion have my back?
In our time of utmost need, the Federation came to the Dominion's aid against the Herc. The Founders will never forget this brave act. Today, in the spirit of that act, we stand ready to defend the Federation's capital world. Today, the credo of the Jem'Hadar is especially profound. For today, victory is life for us all.
And yes, that's Loris. To be vague, the Dominion stuff is legit. The Gamma arc is one of the best arcs in the game, right up there with the Delta arc and the aforementioned Iconian arc.
I've been in a lot of battles in my time. Far more than I'd like, if I'm honest. I prefer the role of explorer over that of a warrior. But when it comes down to the survival of the Federation, I'll take up that mantle without hesitation. The crew of the Enterprise will fight to their final breath to save as many lives as possible today. Count on it.
But wait, what are you going to do? Because obviously you're not military, Captain Sean.
Well then, we've heard all the speeches, now it's time to get to work. Are you ready to begin the operation?
Yeah. Yeah, someone asked earlier what the best way to experience STO is now, new, and I actually don't have a good answer for that. Because I don't know what it looks like to a new player. Like, I've had my same account. The way STO works is there's no alts to speak of. Not really. You can have alts, but almost everything is account. So I just kind of see everything. So I don't really know exactly what you can see or how much you could skip when you first start the game. Yeah, I've got a review run where I cover the old and terrible stuff, and there is old and terrible stuff. I can tell you right now, the Romulan stuff is when the story gets good. When it finally, like that's when things start to turn it around, you know? So if you want to skip forward, if you can, skip forward to the Romulan stuff. It should be like the 3rd or 4th arc on the episode list. And then just go through the MSQ. Go through the quests. It's a short MMO, all things considered. I believe our playtime for the last one was like 80 hours.
Long-range sensors have picked up the other at the edge of the system. They're on a direct course to Jupiter. Jupiter Station has a unique holographic defense system in place, but it'll only last so long against the other and their Terran escorts. I'd like you to deliver a system upgrade module to the station to aid with their defense.
Okay.
The Lisette will be leading a task force at Mars. Evacuation has already begun, but they'll need all the time you can buy them at Jupiter. Enterprise will be here, on standby, in case of emergency. Once the evacuations are complete at Jupiter and Mars, you're to fall back to Earth and join the remaining defense fleets.
Got it.
All hands go to red alert. Repeat, all hands, red alert.
Corrin to fleet. Prepare for battle. Kapla!
This is Dirac. It's time. Best speed to Mars.
Good luck out there. The other isn't alone. They're bringing a large Terran invasion force along for the ride. I expect they'll do their best to loot and pillage in the wake of the other's destruction. Do what you can to stop that. But remember, saving lives comes first. Get as many people out of Jupiter as you can. I don't doubt it. Better get moving.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Let's go. Let's go. Enough speeches. Were you not listening to my one true love? I mean... That's a good question, Warpcore.
You have arrived. Good.
The enemy is approaching at high speed, and we have little time to prepare for battle.
It's always high speed.
Upgrade to Jupiter Station at once. After that, evacuation efforts will commence. Defend the station and the evac ships when that happens.
Oh no, we'll finish tomorrow, Blade Tunnel, 100%.
12 power energy field detected. They're here.
Also, I looked out the window.
Terran ships warping in near Projector Station Alpha.
Hey look, it's Jupiter Uranus. Yeah, if there's no server maintenance, we'll smash. If there wasn't a server maintenance today, we would have beaten. We would have had a chance of beating it today. It would have been a question. There's no way right now. That'll give us time to really do the wrap-up, though. I want to do a little bit more auditing of the existing run first.
Next group incoming.
Like, this is the last time I'm probably ever playing this. I kind of want to lock this review in, you know what I mean? Just like Tor. Tor. I do like the backdrop of the oncoming storm. By the way, the Fujiwara effect is the... Oh god, it's like the center point between two hurricanes, when two hurricanes run into each other. So. There's hurricane number 1.
Now evacuating Jupiter Station. Hold off those Terrans.
No idea, Captain. There goes Jupiter Station. And the Bortisque. And Jupiter.
The briefings are one thing, but to see the power of another firsthand is disturbing. In moments, we lost the Bortisque, Jupiter Station, even Jupiter itself. The Terran in me hates to run from a fight, but we don't have a chance against that monster. We need to fall back to Mars.
I'm not going to do the reskins, I already decided that one. What's the third TFO I haven't done?
The battle at Jupiter Station barely slowed the invaders down. The other could attack here at any moment.
So, we'll totally help.
Join us in transporting civilians from Mars and delivering them to the evacuation fleet in orbit. We'll conduct evac operations as long as we're able, and protect the transports from Terran attack.
Flush? Which one's Royal Flush? We did that one. Unless, how is that new? Oh, okay. I was, okay, I'm found. No, this is our universe, Blade 12. Okay, I'll add that to the list. Royal Flush.
Take the refugees to the transports by the station. They'll carry them to safety.
I was thinking, see, remember there's a TFO where we go and we fight, like, the Voth, the Borg, and the Undine at the same time, and at the end we fight a Super Dreadnought. Remember that? That's what I thought Royal Flush was. That wording is not very well rewarded. Don't worry, there's nothing here on Mars. Ignore the cities and her Aspera-looking stuff. Not at all, Ross. It's the last hurdle of the current bundle of games to get over. I'm not looking forward to Andromeda at all. It's going to be a chonker. If you remember last time, we skipped most of the side stuff because we were so bored with it. Reviews don't get that luxury. I mean, I don't think it's going to be at the levels of Inquisition, but that's my biggest worry, is that it's going to be at the levels of Inquisition. Rescue the people. God dang it. That's true, Blade Chaval. 20 hours. I always like to remind people who criticize me about that, because I get that every now and again, that we spent 20 hours doing side quests in Starfield before we finally walked away from them. Oh god, the drift! The drift! Ah!
More Terran ships inbound. Keep picking up those refugees.
And how much do you like the Dragon Age Inquisition side stuff, Counters? Which is the specific thing we just mentioned. Not that I would blame you for not listening to me. I wouldn't listen to me either, personally. And that is the correct answer, Camtus. Not remembering Inquisition side stuff is the correct response. I do too. Actually, give it a plus for it too. Instrument that is, like how they made that sound effect back in TMP. Pretty well, actually, Ross.
You didn't think I'd miss this part, did you?
So there's the Super Voyager that you could buy.
I'm back!
Only like $80 or something like that.
I brought Terran. I don't want to shoot you.
Our station, man. No transport formation. Get to Earth.
Mars. And Jorak. Killed by a threat of the week. Okay, so let's talk narrative, shall we?
Just like that, Mars has fallen. Destruction and battle. A fitting end for a world named after a god of war.
Yeah, so let me explain something to y'all. let's say you're watching an episode of X-Men, and then Wolverine dies! No! The immediate thing that's going to go through your head is, okay, so how are they bringing him back? Now, sometimes the bringing back or undoing it can be interesting, but the point is that anybody who's ever experienced fiction before immediately looks at that and says, oh, okay, so you're going to hit the undo button as a result of that. Because when you... Yeah, really? When you do something that bad in fiction, or that sufficient, either because it's a big enough character, or because it's enough characters, you're like, okay. And you just sort of de-invest, right? There's just this automatic de-investment on behalf of the audience. Because we now know immediately, oh, you're going to undo that. Like, you just destroyed Mars and Jupiter, along with 2 of the main characters of STO. Of course you're going to undo that, right? And that's just, alright. Now, there are some exceptions to this, and it's also possible to go too far the other way. Yes, von Falkenstein, they did. Or no, it wasn't Jula, it was, the other one. I can't remember her name. Anyways, you get the point. I bring that up because, well, yeah, like, if you were watching... Laurel, that's her name. If you're watching an episode of Star Trek, and they destroyed Jupiter, like, what's your first thought? It's like, okay, is it going to be time? Like, I have actually gone through episodes of Trek with people before, and as the episode is still going, we haven't seen the episode before. As the episode's going, the conversation boils down to, so how do you think they're going to undo it? Because of course they're going to undo it. I mean, obviously they're going to undo it. Why wouldn't they? Honestly, in this case, if they didn't undo it, I'd probably consider that stupid, because killing this many major things as a result of a threat of the week, because let's be honest, that's exactly what the other is, Seeker over there, that would be pretty okay. Yeah, it's lack of stakes pretending there's stakes. That's exactly the core problem here. I'm bringing this all up because I haven't been super fond of the Terran arc, but this is where I'm just like, really? You're trying to make me take this serious, and instead I'm just like, okay.
The Lisette went out fighting. It'd be suicide if we did the same. It's time to retreat to Earth while you're still able.
Look, it's fine. It's fine. The solar system is fine.
This might be our last stand. The science teams are still working on a way to reach the core of the other, but none of their efforts have been successful. We've transported as many as we can to safety, but at this point, a full evacuation is impossible.
Yeah, like, how do you evacuate Earth?
Glad to hear it. Every minute means more lives saved. Before you go, there's something I'd like to say. We're with you to the end. If we don't make it out of this, well, it's been an honor.
Yeah, So, once again, treating this like this is the final battle.
Enterprise to fleet. Defend Earth at all costs. Buy as much time for evacuation as you can. Sean out.
There, God, he's just fast. He just moves at the speed of plot, doesn't he? Yeah, Earth, ironically, is too much of a paradise. There are too many people there at any given point in time. Never mind transients. You know, people just going through. Yeah, no. Y'all are dead. Looks like we're floating over Africa right now. Yep. There's South America down there. I've always wanted to like Sean more than I do, if that makes any sense. Like, he feels like a character I would like if his actor was better. That might be a good way to phrase it. Now, when the Iconians were attacking Earth, I felt that. Especially since our major character for that was frickin'... Well, you know who. I shouldn't spoil since Spartan hasn't played it. Still. Stop telling me to loot. Everything still good, Zach Deft? No, don't forget, Von Falkenstein. The width of V'ger, excuse me, Seeker, actually changes based on which line of the script you're reading. are still right. I'm just making fun of TMP. I forget the exact numbers, Flagan, but yeah. It was originally some absolutely psychotically ludicrous range, and then they cut it down a little bit, but it depends on which version of the movie you're watching, because they have that one director's cut, and then they also have the unedited cut of the movie, and the theatrical cut of the movie. I think those are the three. Yep, yep. There goes. That's the leader of Romulan. That's the leader of the Klingon Empire.
It's a good day to die.
That's the main representative of the Dominion.
Report. What just happened? Sir, there's another one. It's V'ger.
So yeah, how did you not see that coming? It's huge! How did you not?
As soon as possible, V'ger will engage the other in battle, allowing you to focus on the Terran fleet.
Anyways, okay. We need to bypass the other's defense fields, Ilya.
Understood. I will begin work on that at once. Protect your allies from the Terrans while I do.
So again, Fujiwara effect. Hurricane, hurricane.
Roger. Hurricane's afoot, eh? So be it. I'm glad you're making these interesting.
Oh yeah, in case you're missing it, that is a Deus Ex Machina. Straight up. It's not the worst one I've seen because that's a gradient, not a binary state. But that is a Deus Ex Machina. God has showed up to fix the problem.
Continue your assault. Acknowledge Conju. Give him hell.
Stand and fight. There is no alternative.
V'ger's from Star Trek The Motion Picture, the first film. It looked like that. Is there such a thing as good Deus Ex Machina? By definition, no. Any iteration of the Deus Ex Machina is, by definition, bad writing. Now, there are several cases where something shows up to save the day that was properly built up, or properly established, or has proper cost, or something, right? Something to make it so that it earns it a little bit better. I'm not going to name examples because they're all spoilers, but you know what I'm talking about. But those aren't Deus Ex Machinas at that point. The Deus Ex Machina is the supremely powerful being shows up and fixes the problem. Usually saving the day at the last second. All fiction is contrived. So it matters how much the fiction bothers to earn it, how much it works for it. And yeah, it's the difference between leveling and grinding. You enjoy leveling, you don't enjoy grinding. Yeah, Gollum tripping in Mount Doom is actually not a bad example. Or honestly, Gollum showing up at all in the final encounter at the base of Mount Doom would arguably qualify as, you know, an earned lead up to whoop, and then allowing for victory at the last second kind of thing. Okay.
V'ger is keeping the other engaged in battle. With my aid, you will now be able to breach their defenses and enter the interior of the other.
Again, because we've already done 2 TFOs.
We need to move quickly. The sooner we make it to West and deploy the countermeasure, the better. Every minute we delay gives that mind of his time to figure out what we're up to and how to stop us. So, are we ready?
I just want to point out really quick, of the many ships helping to defend Earth, one of them is Rom's flagship right here. It's that little Marauder. Do you see it? Hi, Rom. Okay, that's it. Also, really quick, what's going on with Earth's gravity right now? Like, you've got that thing and that thing, both right next to Earth. Ah, whatever. Hey, Deja Vu.
But we won't be here for long if we don't take out some of the others' critical systems.
That's funny, Chunkarosh.
Let's work with Ilea to isolate a number of those systems. We'll divide and conquer here. You and the Defiant will tackle one set of targets, while Sean and I will handle the others. Care to place a wager on which group finishes first? All right, let's get this over with. Engage.
Teaming up with my doppelganger. This ought to be interesting.
For the second time, if you remember, but you don't because TFOs are soft canon, for some stupid reason. Even though TFOs are directly related to main plot in almost every case, they like to pretend like they don't exist. I've never quite understood that.
Those nodules on the back of the vessel. They look important.
The nodules are critical engine components. Disable them to reduce energy generation and flow.
Disrupting the other power system. Fire.
Yeah, this in fairness, this is merely having us 2 city ships hovering over this place.
We're encountering quite a bit of resistance down here. Nothing we can't handle, though.
Enjoy the snow. You're gonna miss the exciting conclusion. Wait, Evo, I want you to do me a favor. Like, message me on Discord or something. I don't know. I want to know your prediction for how you think the story arc's gonna end. How do we defeat Seeker and you know, Emperor Crusher? That's a good question, Spartan. I'm not sure. They actually give facts for V'ger's size, I'm pretty sure. It's pretty big. I'm pretty sure they have facts for the Citadel too, so we should be able to map that out. Anime power-ups. I have the power of V'ger. I suppose same question for anybody who hasn't seen this story arc.
Scan that image screen. It looks like something's
happening. Worse, I have the power of being a protagonist.
It is used to generate plasma bolts. Your weapons are not strong enough to damage it.
I was gonna say, remember, they're totally undoing all of this because they've already destroyed Jupiter.
Is dying for the Empire, not the Emperor.
What are those large pylons? Plasma bolts and other fires.
Now that's an interesting question. I'm not sure when this came out relative to Picard Season 3.
They are part of the boat launcher system. Disable them, and the other will not be able to fire efficiently.
So, how do we disable these pylons?
Use the virus that Ilea has provided to us.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is about the same time. Roughly. Oh, wow, so this actually was before Picard Season 3. Wow.
Worry about the virus, Captain. I'll worry about the ship. Not exactly a modern comms system.
I mean, yeah. At least it's not completely identical to the TFO.
That did it. We've neutralized their targeting systems. Keep moving.
Sean, your damage output is a little low. Want some pointers?
Of course she'd have a parser.
Try not to fry your power grid showing off for the others.
Terrans to the end. Live and die for the Emperor.
The Emperor lost his way. Once, I would have died for him. No longer.
Terran fleet, this is Captain Sean of the USS Enterprise. Stand down. This isn't a fight you'll win.
You don't think they'll surrender, Captain?
Stranger things have happened. We're fighting together as one.
Well, I was going to let them live, but then they refused to surrender. Now they're dead. You know, that's actually interesting, is they don't even bother trying to show the mirror universe equivalents of any of the STO unique characters other than Kumarke. I wonder if it occurred to them. Hey, the quack.
Nodules control a force field over the mouth of the vessel. Disable their shields, then destroy them.
Moving to engage the shield generators.
Acknowledged. Once they're down, we'll meet you at the rendezvous point.
I like how every now and again I just become male. Randomly. It's happened before, too. Yes, it's the voice box. It's just chunk. Whoops, wrong mode. Wrong mode. Look, it's Terran tech. It's not known for being quality, right? Good thing we killed her then, Kansas.
Everything's a game to you, isn't it?
Of course. And you should know, I always play, Captain. Always.
Approaching rendezvous coordinates now. Allied ships on sensors.
Well, here's where it gets really interesting. Time to enter the belly of the beast.
Here's a ship you can get. I actually have this ship.
Look, that ship. It's a smaller version of the other.
Smaller, yes. But also deadly, judging by our sensor readings.
It's in our way. Let's do something about that before it gets too far.
Yeah, I used to do events pretty regularly because it was a good way to get ships without spending money in this game. And ships mean traits and occasionally consoles. That's what your build is, traits and consoles, among other things. I mean, obviously it gave the orb thing because that's what I've been using this entire time. So I'm pretty sure those orbs I keep shooting are traits. Consoles give abilities, like for example, is this it? That might be it. I know Domino is a console. I'm pretty sure the Advanced Tactical Computer is a console as well. But yeah, that's how you get abilities, buffs, traits. You know, every time you hit an enemy with this, you gain this kind of a thing. It's the build. It's where most of the build gameplay is, in my experience.
The Inquisitor and I will cover you out here. The rest is up to you.
I'm pretty sure the trait that I guess I can just log. Let's see, what do I have? Is this it? No. No. Yeah, there it is. Digital compilation. Every time you defeat a foe, it creates a chasing plasma AoE, which chases after them and does plasma damage in an AoE. This is a ship, to Quack. We haven't met the monster yet. He's inside.
We made it. I can't help feeling like we're being toyed with, though. That Wesley allowed us to come this far, like a cat playing with its prey.
Yeah, but we can't turn back now.
True. Let's hope there's still enough of Wesley that's human in there, and that he can be dealt with. I see no reason to wait, do you? Let's beam down and get this over with.
Well, I haven't finished reviewing all of them yet, Tiger Fang, so I'm not sure. At the moment, I believe TNG is winning, but I haven't finished Voyager or DS9 yet. Deja vu.
Can't say I'm thrilled to be in here again. The list of people who have come here and survived to tell the tale is pretty short. Naturally, my name's on the top of that list. A dubious honor, to be sure.
Admiral, focus.
Right. We'll need to make our way to the core area, across a number of artificial islands, like this one. Expect attacks from security drones. And whatever else the Emperor might have dreamed up since last time I was here.
Okay. Actually, there's a video in the very beginning of the Voyager Ruminations Warp Core called Why Voyager? But I'll spare you having to listen to 15-year-old me. Or 15 years ago me, whatever, you know what I mean. It boiled down to the fact that Voyager was the most interesting to talk about. There's a lot of behind the scenes, there was a lot of, ups, downs, in-betweens. It was a good breadth of a show to cover. And at the time, I wasn't planning to cover anything else. So if I had to pick only one show to cover, it would be Voyager.
I'm detecting a strange anomaly ahead. Let's go examine it.
There you are, Wesley.
Another strong son of the Empire, Doctor. Congratulations.
Thank you. He's going to do great things one day.
I have the results of the med scans you requested as well.
His neural capacity, cognitive ability, they're amazing.
You realize we must report these findings to Section 31, yes?
No. Unless you want your affair with the Vulcan exposed as well.
No. I do not, Doctor.
Then we have an understanding. You're dismissed.
Don't you worry, Wesley. I won't allow my son to be a lab rat, dissected by some Section 31 butcher. I'll do everything I can to protect you. Always.
What? What are you doing?
What the hell was that? Is this thing's holonet broken?
Shoot first, answers later.
I was gonna say, Section 31 is apparently just straight up horrible in the Mirror Universe. Go figure. Well, I suppose I just answered you, Jay Palmer.
I think that projection was from one of Wesley's early memories, perhaps the earliest. I remember it was yesterday, the moment I knew Wesley was special, even as an infant. It was also the moment I knew I had to keep his gifts a secret.
Yeah, but why is he showing us that?
I'm not sure. It could be his subconscious at work, going over pivotal events in his life before now. He might be using them as an anchor to avoid losing his sense of self, his identity.
Alright. If you see any details that could help us, please let me know. Let's go. And yeah, I'm with Kira White Noise. The whole point of Section 31 is for them to actually be more good-aligned than bad. Making them just evil intelligence agents is
Things have taken a
too ISB for me.
around here. And that's saying something.
Lita.
I'm detecting another memory engram on this island. I can't help but wonder. Jellicoe's asked me to serve on the Enterprise, and I've accepted the offer.
The new flagship? That's great, Mom.
He assured me that you'll be allowed on board, but you'll need to maintain your ruse, son.
What? No! Mom, I'm tired of hiding what I can do.
Wes, if Jellicoe knew about your gifts, he'd exploit them. And if he saw you as a threat, he'd have you killed. You need to be patient, son. Jellicoe is weak. It won't be long until he's replaced.
Yes. You're right, of course.
Soon, you'll be able to show the Empire what you're made of, son. Your future, our future, will be limitless.
Stay out of my mind!
I didn't get... Okay.
Well, someone.
I mean, yeah, Steppy Keith. Most of the canon stuff is canon to STO.
Jellicoe. That conniving snake could have been the end. For me and Wesley.
Clearly you survived, but how?
Captain Jellicoe made an enemy of Jean-Luc Picard. Few do that and live to tell the tale, and he was not one of the few. Once Jellicoe was out of the way, Wes and I were able to join Picard and serve the Empire with distinction aboard the Enterprise.
Uh-huh.
These memories we're finding could be some attempt at communication. But why?
There's one here, too. Ready for another trip down memory lane?
Sorry, I'm missing something, and I'm trying to find it. Is that it? That's it. There we go. That's better. And then I want this over here, then I want this over here, and then I want this over there. That should be better. Yeah, I had the Voth exosuit on just to show it off. It's not actually that great.
Wesley, how? You were on the Enterprise in deep space and now you're here? On Terra?
Something's happened, Mom. Something incredible.
Tell me, what happened?
We found something, Mom. Or rather, someone. A being of great power. Power that belongs to me now.
What kind of power exactly?
Power over time and space. The power to travel great distances in the blink of an eye. And more.
This is the moment you've been waiting for, son. Not even the Emperor can stand against such power.
Yeah, about that. I think the Emperor has been sitting in my chair long enough, don't you? It's time to do something about it.
Ah! I will end you for this!
Wait, for what? I didn't do this, okay? Don't blame me. I suppose that's true of Falkenstein.
Ah, yes. The day West decided to take the Imperial throne for himself. I remember it well. With the powers he took from the Traveler, he was practically unstoppable. He made surgical strikes throughout the upper echelon of the Empire. One by one, he eliminated all of the Emperor's key allies. No one could stop him, not even the Emperor.
Uh-huh. Big moment for him, I guess, and you.
Very much so. At the time, I was filled with pride and ambition. To be the mother of the Emperor, to have that level of power and influence, it was a little intoxicating, to be honest. It wasn't until later that I realized what that level of power could do to a person.
Alright, let's keep moving. Hi, Sean. I believe so, Spartan. Although we've only reviewed, like, 3. 2? God, I don't know. There's not a lot of Star Trek games.
The other is trying to tell us something. It's important.
Could be a little clearer. These visions are getting on my nerves.
Not every problem is solved with a phaser and a smirk, Leader. Thank you for seeing me, Majesty.
Mom, it's me. No need for formalities here.
As you wish.
Oh, I've seen that look before. That's the son we need to talk look. Okay. What's on your mind?
Wes, this new plan of yours.
What about it?
It's reckless. You've gone too far this time.
And? And what if I have? What then?
You are powerful, son, but you're not invincible. There are still ways to kill you.
Is that a threat I'm hearing, Mom?
This is Terra, son. No one is above the Empire, not even the Emperor.
I am the Empire, Mother. Planets burn at my command. No one is above me. No one. Perhaps you need some time alone to realize this. Guards! Escort my mother to the Inquisitor. Don't do this, son. Enough! Take her away now!
Get out of my head! Now!
What's weird is some of the voice direction there was really good. And then some of it was off-tempo, like it was their first take and they just went with the first take rather than doing a second take. Like, I'm with Kira White Noise. The way he said, "and," was a really great line read. And what if I have? What if I am going too far?
To this day, I'm surprised he didn't kill me for that. He's killed people for a lot less, believe me.
Yeah, instead he had you incarcerated. And I broke you out.
He might regret that soon. By that point, he'd made enough people in high places nervous. Nervous enough to facilitate my research, even in prison. And now, we have the countermeasure, which could lead to his death. As a doctor, and his mother. That's something I don't want to happen. I want to bring him back from all this, save his life, not end it.
We'll do what we can.
I understand. Ending his life might be necessary, but as a former leader of the Empire once said, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, or the one. In the end, I'll do what I have to do. You have my word.
Yes, that's Emperor Crusher over there.
Looks like this leads to the center.
And it's a long one. Time to stretch our legs.
Actually, Spock, Brady.
I heard what you said back there. Are you sure you can end him? If it comes down to that.
I gave my word. That should be enough for you, Admiral. If he's gone too far to save, I'll do it. I'll do my duty as a Terran officer and as a mother.
Well, the original Terran Empire was not as eye-rollingly evil as the more modern version.
I will summon nodes from Vija to disrupt the connection between the Emperor and the other. You will need to activate them when they arrive.
Understood. Doctor, are the countermeasures ready?
It's ready. Once we've separated Wesley from the other, we'll need to introduce the countermeasure. There's a problem, however.
Okay.
I'm reading an unusually high energy field in here. 12th power level.
Yeah.
The countermeasure will fail in that environment. Those pylons are giving me an idea, though. We may be able to utilize them to reduce the power level and enable the countermeasure successfully.
Okay.
There he is. Let's do this.
I mean, I'm going to be real. The less you think about the specifics of how the Mirror Universe operate, the better. It is nonsensical at its base core. The mere idea that all of those same people can still be alive in any given episode is itself nonsensical. And yeah, you're probably wondering, hang on, how is there a Terran Empire considering Spock reformed the Empire and then got overthrown by the Coalition, Alliance, whatever it was called in DS9? So Lita ended up using time travel to, like, kill off that and reform the Empire and turn it into this ultra death doom fascist state, which is why it's that's their explanation for why the Terran Empire is totally a big doomy threat. It's exactly as stupid as that sounds. Anyways.
No. Wesley. Are we too late? Are you too far gone to save?
You came here to save me. Me! You're the only people here that need saving.
Here's the Agonizer. Don't worry, I'm playing Mass Effect Andromeda soon, Sean. That'll be Agonizer enough.
I'm impressed you made it this far, Mom. Well done. Seriously though, do you really think you're going to talk me out of this?
We'll do what we have to. Talking is step 1.
It's the first and last step for you. Once I've digitized V'ger, I'll do the same to that pathetic reflection of Terra out there. But you and your friends won't be around to see that. This is just another chapter in the book of my life, but for you, this is your grand finale, and it's not gonna be a happy ending, I assure you.
Right, okay, step 2.
We must disrupt the merging of the Emperor and the other.
Yeah, buddy, I beat the Iconians. I don't want to hear it. And I have no bigger boast to hand out than that. So, time for a phaser to smirk.
You're doing the right thing here, but you really aren't.
You need to stop this, Wesley, while you still can.
I'm the one doing the necessary
Well, that went well.
Did they nerf the frickin' pillars, by the way? What are they called? The Obelisk Network? I can't place down a third or a fourth or anything like that.
I'm going to rebuild everything. Eliminate all the mistakes.
Cool. Still depressing, but cool. They connect with each other, and each connection makes them stronger. And used to be able to do more than just 2, I think. Now I'm gaslighting myself. Maybe you couldn't do more than 2. I swore you could, but I can't. That might be what I'm thinking of. Maybe it's just everybody used these back in the day. Well, I do have 3 up right now, so maybe I'm just an idiot? Why was it zeroing out earlier? That was weird. And I'm dead! Hang on, let me fix myself from the future. It doesn't matter. Hey, it's a boss that doesn't have kill the ads to Volnet. That's something, right? Even got honest-to-God telegraphs. You see what I mean, though, right? Oh, well, it did. Oh, it's a visual bug. Okay, that's what's happening. I am found. It all makes sense now. I mean, I could see the casual. Come on, you gotta interact with the stuff. Call the Borg, or be in the Borg.
Is no longer merged with the Emperor.
I'm bringing countermeasure data to you now. Upload the data at each tower. If I'm right, the other will deploy the countermeasure and remove Wesley's powers.
It's You're still no match at all. All I have to do is wipe you out and start the merge again. Easy. Then I'll have all the time I need to do what must be done.
So this is the hold the line mission. Agreed, Warp. Sadly.
What are you waiting for? Upload that countermeasure data.
Upload traveler data is what it's called. I think so, Warp Core, yeah. I think literally all of them have had a hold the line section. Could you hurry up, please? I'd complain about him using temporal clones, but I do that all the time.
Open fire.
Whatever, honestly. No, the Klingon Civil War had other problems. No, I think this is... I mean, I don't say I think. I know this is when they were getting really desperate with content.
Is on my nerves, yet there you are.
We need to upload more countermeasure data.
And remember, this is already firmly in the era where I'd basically already given up on STO because of how bad it had already gotten. So, yeah. Not really, Spartan, no. There are a couple of asterisks, but the general answer to your question is no. Time travel is a tricky thing to introduce to a setting. You remember one thing I just mentioned about how Lita and the Terrans kind of rebuilt their own Super Doom empire? When you introduce time travel to the equation, that goes from being something that might happen to almost a guarantee. All it matters is when they finally do that, you know? At some point or another, someone's going to go back and try to kill Hitler or whatever. As long as time travel exists in your setting, that's always a problem. So yeah, no time travel. We good. That's why the rules of time travel are extremely precise in our track.
No chance! None!
One more set of towers. Keep going!
When did Mega Man 5 come out, Ross?
Good job!
Wes, you're forcing me to make a terrible choice. Don't make me kill you.
Wow. Then yeah, no, I don't think anything's going to beat LTTP. How is that even possible, honestly? How can anything that would effectively NES or earlier beat LTTP? One of my stories I wrote once, which I actually abandoned.
I can't move. I need help.
I called this. I called it the Chrono Skimmer. It's exactly what it sounds like. You can actually glance through time. It was extremely overpowered, which is part of why I shut it down. Can you stop sending temporal clones after me for 5 seconds, please?
This little trick of yours is going to work, Bob. You can't stop it.
Those powers are weak. Not gone yet. Keep at it.
Onion Death Staff. Yeah, he did.
No! Wake up. Don't do this to me, Mom. Please, Mom. Please wake up. I didn't mean to. It's this thing, Mom. It's the other. I did it. It wasn't me.
No. Wes, it was.
Mom.
It was you. But you lost control of it and yourself.
Mom, I'm so sorry. I didn't think it would go this far.
It's over now, son. It's over.
Seeker. It is over. Vija and Sika are restoring all that was digitized before.
Should I even bring up the fact that all the stuff that was digitized is somehow totally fine and restored? And for all intents and purposes, all those untold thousands, if not millions of people are dead and have just been replaced with a digital clone? Or like a copy of their original? Should I even bring that up? No, okay.
They will join Vija and myself on our journey. Together, we will teach them, help them to grow beyond their destructive natures. In a way, we shall become a family.
Blah, blah, blah.
We understand your concerns, but we are not ready to end their lives when the chance to heal them exists. Long ago, the crew of the Enterprise trusted Vija and myself to do the right thing here, above the Earth. We are asking you to do the same now.
Yeah, sure. You just, you know... Okay, I'm just moving on. Yeah, by the way, where's Decker?
It's time, Mom. I wish it didn't have to end this way, but... I think V'ger and Aaliyah are taking Seeker and me to a better place. A new frontier. Beyond this universe. I've had enough of ruling an empire. I think I'm gonna like being an explorer.
Now, I don't think they did this on purpose, but this leads into Prodigy so well, it's kind of weird.
I think it's something you've always wanted to do, but the cruel reality of the Empire kept you from it. Now's your chance. Make the most of it. And remember that no matter where you are, you have a proud mother that loves you very much. Always.
You see what I meant, Ross? And yeah, notice that this is not Prime Wesley, but... I mean...
I love you too, Mom. Always.
It's been a long day. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to leave this place and find a very strong drink. Ready to beam out?
So we're still here to review this, so let's pause for a second. Plus to story. No, I mean it, plus to story. I don't know what to call this exactly. We'll call this the flashback moments, right? Seeing bits and pieces of Crusher and Wesley's past was legitimately interesting to me. It was a great insight into how... It's probably the best insight into how the Terran Empire operates and what it was like just being someone there. So, plus to those scenes. Negative to story. Yeah, no, it was good background stuff. So yeah, negative. First and foremost, pacing. This wraps up way too quickly. Second of all, it's dumb and trying entirely hard to talk this up as a big final battle thing. Third of all, I guess inconsistency is what I'm looking for here. It feels like they forgot they were writing for Mirror versions of the characters, and we're just kind of writing for versions of the characters, if that makes any sense. Like, they themselves have already established, and Trek itself, especially with New Trek, has already established exactly how bonkers the Terran Empire really is, and how horrifically evil the Terrans are. And so the very concept of this Wesley and this Crusher acting like this is kind of... What is exploding in the background? No, doesn't matter, I guess. Beam up. That would have been much more interesting, I think, Flag End. And here's the shot from TMP. In case it wasn't obvious that this is all just a big homage to the motion picture. Of all things you had to pick, why did you go with the motion picture? But yeah, I love this. So I'm going to read out loud what Flag End just said. One of the initial pitches for this was Emperor Wesley was actually Prime Wesley, and when you show up, he's like, "Oh, thank God you're here. Oh, okay." That would have been funny. Listen, I've been here for, God, I don't even know how long. He is someone with godlike powers. That's not even like an assumption. That's in TNG, right? And there's the totally not Borg ship. Sorry, ships, plural. They're fine, Grovenin. They're fine. They were taken... I don't know. That did sound very DS9-y, didn't it? So, how is it being dead?
It was an interesting day. A glorious battle, worthy of song. And then, a flash of light. I thought I was to meet the honored dead in Stovacor. But it was not to be.
Yeah, don't worry. Remember, thanks to STO and thanks to Ja'ula, we know that Stovacor is a real place you can actually go physically walk into.
Ha! There will indeed. Still, if that was the end for me, it would have been a good death. To die in battle against a god, defiant to the end, teeth bared, and a warrior's cry filling the air. It would have been glorious!
I'm sorry, real quick. When did this episode come out again? Bonus question for you, Ross. When did Prodigy come out? Yeah, Cashel. Stovacor's real. All bets are off. The afterlife is real. Okay, so this episode came out in January of 2023. Or February of 2023. But when did Prodigy come out? Hang on. I'll just look at it myself. Summer of 2024. Oh, right. Yeah, as I say, Season 2 is the relevant one, obviously. Yeah, so... given how long production cycles last, it is not impossible that that was done on purpose. That's maybe territory right there. It is also possible that the staff of Prodigy were inspired by this. It's worth noting, if you remember, this is when Wheaton was dipping his toes back into Trek in general. He was here, and he showed up in Picard Season 2, I want to say. And then he showed up in Prodigy, so... it could be he was just, you know, bumming around looking for work, and so, sure.
I can't help but wonder what Captain Kirk and the crew of his Enterprise would think of today's events. They had run-ins with cosmic entities and the Terran Empire, too.
I think they would approve of the outcome.
I think you're right. A lot has changed since their time, but the Federation remains. It'll be nice to return to the role of explorer again. a role they boldly pursued.
The next story arc is a war arc.
It is a curious thing what happened at Mars. Digitization. To be in the midst of combat, and then suddenly, nothing. It was painless, almost peaceful. We experienced nothing in our time away. For us, it seemed like no time had passed at all.
Fascinating.
After such an event, I look forward to more mundane pursuits. I believe I prefer threats like the Tal Shiar and the Syndicate over mad demigods, don't you?
Fun fact, they have done a Explorer arc. It was actually good, too. Right here, New Frontiers. Yes, I know it ended up in a war arc, because this is still a game where combat is the primary focus. But some of you probably remember, the beginning of the New Frontiers arc was just exploring. Now, what do you want to bet players complained about that, and that's why they walked away from that? Because I can just picture that. I can just picture being like, meh, why aren't we killing things? Meh, meh. Yeah, exactly, Jay Palmer. Oh, hey, it's me.
This has been an interesting experience, Doppelganger. I'll not soon forget it. Or
Yeah. I've met so many other versions of me at this point in time.
that's putting it mildly. You earn my respect today, but understand that the next time we meet, it will most likely be as enemies. Perhaps one day we will find out which one of us is superior, and which is the reflection.
Right. And she's dead. Alright, moving on.
These last few days are going to make for a very interesting chapter in my memoir, let me tell you. I'll be sure my biographer frames you in a good light, despite you being from, well, this universe.
Lita, I am not having sex with you.
I'll be sure everyone gets their due. Believe me. You, the Inquisitor, Ilea, even old Painway herself.
Where is she, anyways?
Hard to say. Probably back on Voyager, fuming over not getting to kill Tilly. Not saying I rubbed it in or anything, but she's a little bit salty about that. If I were the Inquisitor, I'd keep my head on a swivel for a while.
She'll get over it.
There you are. I wanted to thank you for sparing Wesley's life. Others in your position might not have, especially in the heat of battle, so thank you.
You're welcome, I guess.
Now, he's off to explore the universe with his new family. I suppose that was the best outcome, but I hope he doesn't forget his original family in the process.
Don't worry, you'll see him again in Prodigy Season 2. On a what? Don't worry about it.
For you, this operation is over. But for me, the work's just getting started.
How so?
Think about it. The Imperial Terran throne is vacant. The Mirror Universe is going to be a war zone until someone manages to rise above the din and take the crown. I'll be working with Ray Yeet to find out who takes the throne, and what they plan to do with it once it's theirs.
Have fun.
The Federation, indeed the entire Alliance, owes you a debt of gratitude today. Thank you for your service.
You're welcome, I guess.
I'll let you get back to it then. You're cleared for departure whenever you're ready.
So, how does the crown look? Too much? Or not enough?
You wear it well. I hope you didn't bring me here to talk about fashion.
Oh, no. You and I have much more important things to discuss.
Then let's get to work, Empress.
And this story arc will probably never be followed through on. Ever. Until tomorrow. I'll give you this. That's a much better reveal than anything else. Or not reveal, sorry. Much better dun-dun-dun than the stuff they've been doing. Yes, tomorrow we're going to be meeting the I can't believe they're not Borg.
Close for comfort. We're fortunate Ilea and V'ger arrived when they did. I can't say I'm entirely comfortable with leaving the Emperor's fate in their hands, but under the circumstances, I don't think we were given a better alternative. One thing's for certain. The Terrans are without an Emperor. Whoever fills that void could be more trouble for us than Crusher was. If they give us more trouble, I know I can count on you to deal with it.
That's your big strategy? Let me deal with it, take the credit? I guess that works. Yeah. They're gonna kill Quinn off. No. Alright. Oh, God. Well, that's been fun. Ugh. Like I just mentioned, we're gonna go ahead and chop off here. It's been a very long stream. Tomorrow, no server reset, so hopefully no having to start several hours late. So hopefully we'll be able to go ahead and finish this off tomorrow. Either way, hope to see you there.